Hey, what's up? Alright. Alright, so we are currently doing a transfer here. At some point. Doing check-in and perforce. So let's see what we've got. Oh, I should put my bar down here. Help me. We have some very big environment changes that we are going to be modifying during this stream. We're starting to put some of the art tools in. Yeah, we're starting to put some of the art tools in now. And we have like, I'd have to say, I don't know, like, we started with the water, for an example. We're going to be doing edging to the water at some point. We're going to be doing a lot of the splines for paths, but they're a little bit more than just a spline. It's definitely an art tool, and having it's very focused on optimization, obviously, but we're actually using a lot of techniques that are pretty cool by Chris Murphy. I'm not sure if anybody has heard of Chris Murphy, but you should know about Chris Murphy. Great guy. We actually were at GDC with him when we were speaking, so that was pretty cool. He's a cool dude. Anyways, he's a great Unreal guy, and I highly suggest any of his recommendations. Usually, when it comes to tools, art tools, that is, he is a art tech specialist, or a tech artist, if you would call it, but I'd like to call it a artistic tech specialist. He does have a very artistic view to it, but he always is thinking about optimization and usability and destructive workflows. He's always thinking about those things. So he's a really great dude. Or, because he's Australian, he's a great mate. Okay. Did it update? Aha, it did. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That sounds good. Yeah, isn't this cool though? I definitely think like maybe trees might be an option here, just because you can really, they seem high. High trees options. Huh? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We're really interested in this kind of like, see, like, look out, like, that's what I'm looking for, right? You see what I mean? Like, that's the kind of. Ooh. Yeah, that would be good. Where we were watching Steven there, while we were making coffee. I was a little late because making coffee. Because I'll need to. What? What? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. No one's asked me about it yet, but just in case, it's good. You could probably pin it if you want. Yeah, pin this message. It's up to you. You don't have to pin it, but I'm just saying. It's a water system. Yeah. Let's see. My dog's being extra. Let's see. Water lilies. Okay. Are the Brussels sprouts done? Interesting. All right. Oh, hey, Crisco. How are you? Once again, I keep only stopping by, but I have a deadline on Monday. No problem. I literally just did a configure. You're gonna be shocked. We have a lot of things we're working on today. Not that you can stick around for a second, but we are changing a lot of the so-called. Oh, is it going in and out? Is this better? I'll get it closer to my face. We are actually changing it a bit, like the terrain. It's going to be a little bit different, but that's only because we were bringing in our art tools. We're basically starting to work on some of those tools that are really optimized and really great. I was talking about the link at the top there is actually a really great guy named Chris Murphy, and we met him back in GDC 2024. There, we actually had a talk at the same place he was talking at with Epic Games, and he's an awesome art technician, and he's just a great technical artist, and he's always thinking about an artistic but a technical approach to everything. And so it's gonna look really cool. Let me see. Mine is the landscape, right? You want me on that one? Yeah. So we actually have some cool like terrain, and our actual water models are going in. Now they're not officially finished in any way. We're just starting them out. Hold on one second here. All right, so let me open this up here. Oh, cool. Does the tech artist also equal terrain? Yeah, that's so tech artists are technical coders, right? But they focus on artistic tools. So, and they also focus on how optimized something is. So, technically in like a AAA space, when it comes to like a game, usually like we'll say, I don't know, we'll say World of Warcraft, right? They might have something to where the artist is actually the technical artist could be a couple different things, right? It could be somebody that's specializing in character development or any other kind of things. Like right now my water's not working. Hold on. The shaders are still going. I forgot. Sorry. My shaders are still going. And so, for an example, there might be somebody that's focused on optimizing character performance. So, like, how many triangles is that character worth? Is it expensive? Let's optimize those kind of things, right? And that might not be the full 3D modeler's approach, because they'll use a lot of algorithms, use a lot of different things that allow you to calculate triangles and optimize, all sorts of things. Like in a AAA space, it's like pretty broad. It's like they could be character specialists, environment specialists, they could be tool makers for the designers. I mean, it's like the amount of things a technical artist could be is a lot of things. You might not hear from here, so let me pick it up.
It picks up pretty well.
Actually, it hasn't been.
Another thing tech artists sometimes do is, like a good example is animation. And sometimes an animator will actually animate a character or whatever, right? But they're not the ones actually putting it into the engine and setting it up in the engine with all the systems within the engine. So a tech artist will take the animator's animations and integrate them into the character blueprint or the blend spaces or all these other systems within Unreal that the actual animator doesn't really touch as much. You can kind of apply that to numerous things. Of the actual 3D modeler might build the 3D model, but then it gets into the engine and the technical artists will do all the technical setup features.
That's why I was saying, like, running the actual algorithms and different types of software that really, like, do the math, like really focus on the math, really make sure that they, like, are bringing down the and so that's one thing that technical artists can do. But they also are specialized as well. So let me just put that into the key too. Some are very much about designing specifically environments. They are not have anything to do with animation or knowing how to do 3D models. It can be very specialized department. So I just wanted to mention that too, is the fact that it is very focused on the specialization too. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't tech artists that do a lot of those things, but it's just not, like, don't think that you need to learn all of these things if you ever wanted to be a technical artist. It is very specialized career. I mean, it's very specialized. So I just want to make that comment, like, because it's kind of a broad question. The animation can still be more design, while the tech artist can focus on integration with the engine. Yeah, for sure, but also not just integrating it in the engine, but like how to optimize that 3D model or that animation the best they can, right? So it's like more than just like integrating it in the engine. It's many things. That's why I was trying to say it is like, it's a load of things. To say like, oh, this is what they do. No, and especially it depends on the artist. Like, I'd have to say Chris Murphy really focuses on environment. He is an awesome environment technical artist. Is great guy. Great mate. He's Australian, and so his focus is definitely making really great optimized. My shader's going off. Sorry. Really making optimized terrain, thinking about the grass movements and how, like, our engine in general, like Unreal Engine, they've spent a lot of time making sure that physics and things like that in the terrain of grass or like water are being incredibly focused on, because those do take a lot of resources. And so to make sure that those don't take a lot of resources, a lot of great technical artists have specialized in it. Okay, so designer equals architect, tech artist equals engineer. when designing buildings and stuff. Well, yes. Well, like a designer can be an architect for sure. Like, but there also can be some designers that maybe aren't very focused on architecturally. Yeah, that's once again going back to technical things. But I do have to say, if you're like trying to become a 3D modeler, let me just say that, right? Or in games, you need to make sure that you're one trying to understand some fundamental art assets of things. When it comes to like shape organization a little bit, just trying to understand the artist that you're basically going to mimic, because that's usually what 3D models do. Hey Moon, what's up? I'm sorry, I've got my shaders are going off. I should have probably put those up first, but oh well. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is that when you're making a 3D model, you really have to focus on games. Like, there's a lot of great, you see a lot of Blender stuff out there. The problem is a lot of it isn't game ready, and those lighting conditions that it's under aren't realistic because they're Blender. It's a different engine, and so it's not rendering an Unreal Engine, if that makes sense. So you do have to, yeah. All good on how dare the shaders. Yeah, I know. Freaking taking forever. Look at this. Like, oh my god. So we have had a lot of. So today is going to be like a major update, just so you know. We're bringing in some of our art tools. That's what I was explaining. Is that we're bringing in some of our art tools, and it's a great one because I was mentioning about Chris Murphy making these, and he's a really great guy. We actually did a talk with him in GDC in 2024. So we have he's a really great, and that's why I was making a joke. He's a great mate because he's Australian. Okay, so this is the environment side. Now, obviously, I'm in a level instance right now, so I'm gonna exit that. But yeah, he makes a lot of these, and really thinking about how good they're going to be and how sufficient, and like how well made they are and how much they will be rendered. And so that's something that's like always about optimization and how that is going to be. Sorry, it's still going off. It's still doing some stuff. We're still putting it all in. We actually raised a ton of this stuff here. We have to go in and fix it all today. I thought it would be kind of fun to see it when it's all like destroyed. As you can see, so we have some of our castles and stuff. This is all going to be up here now, but it's all sunk in here. So we're going to have to bring it up and reshape things. But like my mountains came out more. We have this really cool system that we're working on with the water, which I love how it looks down here. Look how cool this looks. And underwater, it's going to be amazing. Like underwater, we're going to have all the grass that'll actually pick up that. And no, it's not. It's very optimized. It's incredibly optimized. So we're bringing it in. This is just the start of it. And so it's just this is where it all. We thought it would be fun to show the ugly as well, because sometimes you have to make an environment look ugly before it gets pretty. And that's what I thought would be fun to show, because most development processes don't show that. They go, oh, look how beautiful it is, but they don't show you it gets ugly before it gets pretty. And so I thought we might want to actually show that part. No. Yeah. Well, the ugly is always pretty to me, yeah. Oh, hey, Tabby, how are you? All good, how dare the shaders. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, Crisco. I just meant, like, you know, being a technical artist in general is going to take time. But they do specialize a lot, and being a designer when it comes to, like, architecturally designing something, it's a little different than being a technical person, at least in our career. if a technical artist's job is what you're going for, you wouldn't be probably designing anything like this or like putting anything together like environment wise. You'd be creating the tech, and that's the physics and how it works in a like technical form. So always thinking about the how optimized is this going to be? How is this going to read when, you know, there's minions running around? Is this water going to react to the physics of the grass in the bottom? Which once we put grass in here, which is part of that as well, that grass is going to literally sway in the actual ground here. So when you go and swim, you're going to see all those arrays coming in, and they're not going to be like crashing your computer, right? And because they're all thinking about how this is being delivered through the actual computer. And so it's thinking, okay, how's this machine receiving this? Is it receiving it smoothly? Is it receiving it? Like, they always thinking about that. I'm a dip through meds kicking my butt. Oh no, oh gosh, are you like sick right now, Moon? Oh, good night, Crisco. Oh, Moon's going to bed. Okay, I totally get that. Bye, Moon. Hey girl, remember me, Tabby? Oh yeah, how are you? I'm good. Yeah, we're good. Oh, you're engaged now? Congrats. Congrats. Oh, sugar underneath my feet. Yeah. No, it's just citation from ICs. Oh no. Oh my gosh. That's got to be so scary. I know our daughter she's definitely Angelman syndrome, and we're lucky she hasn't had seizures yet, but she could have them, and so but yeah, we're lucky that we don't have that right yet. But it would be, to me at least, it's like, it's one to have it for myself, but like to have it for your kid, it's like, oh my god, as a parent, like, oh, you're like freaking out because you're just like, you're just like this defenseless child, you know. You're like, oh my god. Oh, sugar. What's wrong, Tifa? Oh, okay, she wants the charger. I don't know if doesn't she have one in her room? Yeah, my meds sedate me, so I drink technically. So what you're saying is that you have a really good night's sleep too, as well. Oh my goodness. But yeah, Tabby, we're just building our game. We've been kind of hard at work with our technology. I'm having to like repopulate everything and pull it out here over the next course of this stream here. Chris is going to be on here too at some point. He's gonna do his side as well. But yeah, we have a lot to work to do today. But yeah, we're bringing our tools, so eventually some of these tools are gonna be pretty awesome. There's gonna be like the fall off points that we have to bring in, that go like all along this terrain of the water. And so all those edgings will come in, and those are all tools that we have to, but like I said, we'd rather show the ugly. I know it's silly, but I feel like just maybe it'll give a good explanation for those interested in game design or game development, but also maybe players that just had no idea how it looks. And so just figured, well, you know, we'll show the ugly too. So and then on top of it, all of the paths and stuff are all going to be kind of in the same control panel as well. But we've been making the tools off stream just because they are very finicky, and there is tutorials on them. So it's not, we do link those to make sure that people can receive them. But sometimes some of these tools, when you're making them, they don't have like a so-called control Z, like an undo button. And so I don't want like OBS to just like destroy me or like mess something up and then it's like a critical issue. So there's some things we have to do off stream, but we at least are bringing them. We show tutorials and make sure that if they have issues or questions they can ask. But yeah, we're it's just showing all the colors and domains of how these basically pop out, and these are not done at all. We're just bringing in the technology for it so far, and we'll be basically finessing that here soonish. Now we just have to raise everything up real quick, and start to make sure that our fundamental ground and how, like, I'm thinking about calling this area, this zone, misty lakes. That's what I'm thinking, is like misty lakes or something, like having a lot of lakes. I think that would be kind of fun. And then this is supposed to be like a starting area too, right over here. So basically when you look up and you kind of go up, you'll be able to like see the actual the world coming in, which I think would be really fun. Is this the same game you have been? No. So that game, Castle Day, which you remember, actually ended up developing our tools. It actually shows a little bit of that information, Tabby, just so you know that there's a new video that we have at the bottom, and it's like Runes of Tearyn right there. We kind of going through, like, I don't know, like jotting down why we're building this game, how we're building it, what we're building it for, and why. And it does show a little bit about our backgrounds. So like that game Castle Day is kind of what started our technology for Vertical Third, and that's where we got a lot of awards for, is for our technology. We got 2 big MegaGrants, and we actually have had a lot of like success with that. And we wanted to now take our tools that we've been working on for, basically 5+ years now, and bring it into an MMO, which MMOs are really hard to make because they need all these systems, all these tools, and usually that's what takes MMOs so long to be made, is the core systems that actually make the game. And so that's basically what we're doing. We're now reskinning our Vertical Third, which there's a playable demo of that on the Epic Game Store of our actual technology, and it's basically, it looks like this, and it's just in pure tech form. It's not skinned. It's not like art. No art has been applied to it. And so that's basically what we were doing and have been doing for 7 years now. So that's basically our start for Runes of Tearyn. Is we're now putting that to an actual game that we really want to make, and we have been wanting to make, with that's very combined with EverQuest and World of Warcraft, and kind of bringing that into a more modern time. Is this the same? Yeah, no, that's right. I thought I read that. Okay. Yeah, so that's what we're doing now, and we're not going to be messing with the water today, but because that I want to do off stream. But we will be bringing everything back up, because we just basically raised the terrain a lot. So we're going to be, you'll see a whole bunch of stuff stuck under the ground. So we're going to start raising that up. Chris is going to do that. He wants to do that part. And then I'm going to be working, like I did my mountains over here, which are looking really nice. So I've just got to like kind of mess with some of those things that are done. Some of them got whacked out just because the mountains got raised and more stretched, but they look so cool. So really looking forward to fixing those things. So like this water got taken out too, as you see here. For some though that did see it before, this water got taken out, and so did this one. So we have a couple things that are going in here, but we want to just kind of like mess with the terrain first, get that kind of more settled in, and then we're going to start raising it, because like some of the tech things is the blends. All that'll be tools that we actually have for the painting side of it. And the great part is they're all, you know, very great workflows. So if we ever want to move a path or feel like it's not a good location of where we want to drive it, we'll be able to actually move it. Destructive workflows in general are nice. You don't want to have to. We want to make sure that we're showing how to build a game correctly, and what you kind of maybe need to think about when you're trying to make one as well. Yeah, we also did a course, Tabby, too, on with Coursera and Epic Games, because we worked at Epic Games for 2 years there, and so we did a big course with Coursera. It's at the bottom, but yeah, we did courses 5 through 8, which is the last bits. It's like the last 4 courses. It's gonna snack on my food real quick. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see all this, all my pretty stuff over here for the all my rocks and stuff. I'll have to move over because, as you can see, all this is gonna have to be redone. But we will fix it up. Let me take a bite here. Let's see. Let me grab a drink. Hold on. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna start to move all this terrain up here soon. We're just finishing our. We did not eat today, so we are finishing making food for us. See if my basement got fiddled with. Well, my basement seems fine. Nothing messed up there, except for a couple. This thing got messed up a little bit. I'll have to fix that. The terrain, all this materials. It looks ugly now, but that's just because we want to bring in the tech side of that to make sure that it doesn't. So it's kind of cool. We've been putting some of these things in that allow for some of the textures. Let's see if it's over here. I'm pretty sure it's over here. Let's see where to find it. Oh, is it not? Oh, there it is. Woo. And so we have some of these here. And these are some of the actual types of terrains that we'll have, and we try to make sure that Let's see. We try to make sure that the actual terrain, dang it. There we go. Ugh. Doesn't have like this smudged effect, which is really important. We don't want an irregular pattern. We don't want like a consistent pattern whenever we're laying something, because there'll be like a very consistency to it. And if you notice here how there's a very inconsistent pattern on the actual terrain, and that is purposeful, because otherwise it gives a really weird texture that's obvious. Like some of these are still, see how it gives that line across? It gives like an actual very obvious texture. So we're still working on some of those textures. Like this one's a great example. You can see the complete patterns in there where you don't want that. So if you look here, these are really nice. These are the ones we're working on. This one too. And those allow for when you're building in the space for it to not get that like this texture right here. You don't want that same kind of consistency. You want an irregularization. So those are things like here where you're getting an irregular kind of look where it doesn't have simultaneously the same pattern across the board. So you want to make sure that patterns aren't looking like this, but they're more looking like this, where you can't like pinpoint the pattern in it all. And so that's kind of what we're working on with the terrain as well. These are kind of the tools that, like all this is like a sharp edge, because you basically will integrate this mentality of having a blend effect on all the terrain. So once again, it's going to get ugly before it gets more beautiful. But that's kind of like the best optimized way to build your world and have a good longevity for the next zone too. So building these structures from the ground up core is going to be really important to make sure that for our next zone we're going to be able to build it quicker. And so it's always about reiteration all the time, and that's kind of like what the fundamentals of vertical third are, is just like iterating quickly, being able to have a good non-destructive workflow. Those are kind of the fundamentals. No ads. I don't even have ads. It's so stupid. I don't even have them on. Look, I'm not on. No, I'm not talking to you, Chris. Sorry, I was talking to the stream. I don't even know why I get them. Sorry, I didn't get that. I don't know. I don't even have them on. But hi Math, it's good to see you again. I was just talking about some of the updates we have that we're working on, some of our water tools. We brought in some of the art tools that we've been working on. We did link, I'm not sure if I pinned it. I'm pretty sure I pinned it, where I show the actual cool artists that we actually met at GDC this last year when we were doing our talk with Epic Games. His name's Chris Murphy, and he's a really cool Australian Unreal Engine tech artist, but environment specifically. And so we're kind of utilizing and trying to bring those tools in. And now this stream is going to be like, we're messing with the terrain, and we're going to actually be basically, I was mentioning that it's going to get more ugly before it gets beautiful. And it's just because we want to give a really good system flow for how like tools should be basically done and allow for non-destructive workflows. So for an example, like some of these are not seamless, and it's just because we want to actually have like a tool that's going to have those proper blends. We want to make sure that when we go into the next zone to make for our game, that we have more ultimately just iteration time and speed that's going to be more efficient for our, future zones that we have, because we're planning to have several zones. So we want to make sure that we're building those tools early, so that the next zone, there's so much more easier to come in. Actually, it's kind of cool. Unreal makes one talk about what Epic's does about Fortnite and how they've sufficiently made such amazing tools in Fortnite that basically teams can almost overnight change in the entire world, just because of those tools. And so that's reiterating and making sure that that iteration process is non-destructive. And so that's basically the idea, is making sure they're optimized but also non-destructive. And so that's kind of what we're going into right now, where it's showing like all this, and then eventually we're going to have the grass in there, and you're going to see the grass actually sway in the water. And no, that's not going to take up, that's all optimized stuff. It's all about proper tools and setting them up. And we thought we'd allow you guys to see the ugly before it gets pretty. A lot of games tend to not show this part yet, but we just figured, you know what, if most people that are watching us in general want to learn about game development, or already are game developers, to know more tools. I mean, that's part of our whole freaking industry, am I right? Like GDC talks, all those are all about learning new things. And so we just figured, hell, we're just gonna show that, Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, that's us. We pretty much show it's gonna get ugly before it gets beautiful again. But I was talking about even like our trails, none of this has fade, because we're actually gonna have proper fading going into these. And I was mentioning that actually right over here. Yeah, it's all procedural. Yeah, procedural. I was showing about the e-regulation, making sure that it's irregular stamps instead of having a pattern. So some of these, as you can see here that we haven't finished, have a big noticeable pattern. And you can kind of see it over here too, right? Like a very noticeable pattern. But when you go over here, the ones we have been working on, there is no noticeable pattern. And that's kind of the idea of it too, is making sure that you're having an irregularity to some of that pattern, to where it is very organic and natural. And once again, it's about working smarter, not harder. And if we can show that, like that process, I think that's going to be really important for future developers, because I think that teams are only going to get smaller. They're not going to get bigger. And so if we can try to think about those fundamentals, I think that's going to be incredible for our future game designs for the world. And so all this grass is going to be fixed. All this stuff is going to be fixed. But we thought we'd show the ugly. And as you know, my castle area is all under here, so we got to raise it up. We got to fix it a little bit here. But it's the fundamentals still look really cool. And oh my gosh, it's kind of fun to see, to be honest. I'm liking how it's like actually, like, I love the feel of it. And I'm planning to add more lakes, maybe calling it like Misty Lakes, the actual zone. And then I have like a starting area over here. That's going to be like where you start out. And there's going to be like a big little fish area for people that love to fish. Looks pretty cool. Maybe your organic look will go viral. Hopefully. That'd be nice. I would love to be able to push more studios as an option of what they can do without having all these ridiculous funds. Because that's one thing that indies get hit with the most, is the fact that we don't ever get the proper raising, where a lot of only AAA and like AA, or if they come from like that, they'll actually have good funding. But indies, like on a natural basis, like 500K is a lot for them. They like barely ever get anything, yet they're the ones making all the cool ass games. So if we can try to help that industry, do more with less, and be able to make their dreams, like, of their type of game come true, then actually, here's a great example. See the water? That's what it'll look like. There's a great example. That's what it'll look like. when the water hits it. Isn't that so cool? That's what's gonna look in the world. I can't wait. Oh yeah, there's a lot of water options. Actually, we linked a really great. This is what I was talking about. I'm not sure if you came in during this process. I talked about this, but I'm so sorry if I repeated myself. But I'm not sure if you were here during this process of me saying this. But last GDC in 2024, Chris and I talked on Epic Games side, and we talked at the summit for GDC, and Chris Murphy, that is the link that we just gave you. He also talked with us. As we have like he did like a little talk, and it was like, what was it, like us 6 speakers? No, it was just like our 6 speakers at that location, and he was one of them. And he's part of the Epic team and Unreal. He's an amazing environment technical artist, and he did this cool water feature which we wanted to link and show, and we want to make sure to really show those like awesome developers out there that really do supply like such great knowledge for our industry. And so that's another reason why we promote it. And this is the same water system that Fortnite uses currently. I thought I mentioned that, but I guess I forgot to mention that. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate like reminding me. Sometimes I forget to say that because I know it, but it's not like I remember sometimes if I mentioned it. Yeah, it's really optimized. It's really well made. And the cool part is you can all do this towards whatever system you try to go into. So for example, if you're trying to have this run in mobile, you're going to have options for mobile. If you want this to run on a computer, you're going to have options for a computer. If you want it to run on a system, you're going to have that too. Right? It's all about non-destructive workflows. It's all about proper implementation and tools starting to make sure that your game can actually get there. So instead of like going 40 years ago and how we did things, we're going to do things differently technically, but we're going to take the inspiration of the design and make that the main focus. So that's the idea, is show the cool tools, show how things are going to be properly made. But that's what we basically took those 5 to 7 years doing, is building those really expensive parts, which is the core game mechanics from Vertical Third that we made. That's what's going to speed our development process up, is that all we have to worry about now is putting in our art tools, our non-destructive workflows for visual things, which really isn't that many. There's a lot of them, but there's not like, it's not going to take us an insane amount of time to do those. And then it's just like basically making content and really making sure that classes and the way the game feels, focusing on the design core, is what's mainly our focus, is because we took already that 7 years out for developing the tools itself. So that's what's going to speed up our time frame, is just being able to focus on those art tools of like making sure this game is like functioning well and runs smoothly and looks pretty, but also it's all about the design. It's purely about how this feels when it comes to playing the game itself. Yeah, I just wanted to show you that cool system mentality that's the idea of the water and all these systems. But we want to be able to make sure to supply this knowledge for amazing Unreal Engine developers out there, and tech artists and music artists, and we're really trying to make sure that it's thinking about that. That is amazingly nice of you guys to dev powerful tools on a smaller budget. Yeah, exactly. And so we really want to make sure that, to us, like our hope for future is that more teams are going to be able to find the people that they really love working with, right? And going and making that studio that they want to, and being able to actually make that game, because cost of living these days, cost of everything is so high for everyone. And so games aren't getting cheaper to make, but the problem is that it's also sometimes more heads, more over engineering things that shouldn't be engineered, right? So it's all about like using your tools that are around you, but knowledge around you, and trying to help those smaller studios with smaller budgets, because they don't have like $50 million to go throw out and hire. And here's the funny part is that even some of those studios hire senior level max people, but the problem is that once again, then there's some occasional over engineering, right? And that's like a big budget that might just go down the tubes, and you won't see it. Players won't feel it. They won't feel an optimization. They won't feel all these little things. Ooh, bacon! We just made bacon. Yum. So I don't know. Those are things that we want to show, because maybe either gamers that were just players, but they were thinking about making a game, they can actually see that side too. But then also the developers that are already making games can see maybe like, hey, like this would be a really great option for us. Like I could see us doing this. This would help our budget. This would allow us to actually make the game that we want to. And so that's the idea. Because we are teachers as well, and we went towards that way just because we care. But if we can help developers in the future, then dang, we'll do it. So yes, it will be ugly for a little bit, but we'll get it looking pretty, I promise.
Very hot inspired.
Is there a Kickstarter or something like one for cutting edge game tools? Okay, I'm back for a minute again. That might be a very cool thing to start. I'm not sure. I mean, we put our tools up there for people to use. We do like we only like put it up for like personal use for like $20, and then we'll have like a studio cost. Like if you're making over 100K for your game, then we'll have you like pay like I think it's like $600 or something. But the main thing is that that's like our tool side, and we kind of just like already put that out there for people to use right away. But because we wanted to allow like students to be able to, pay only $20 for something to go make what they wanted to, and so we know what it's like to have a small budget, so we wanted to have that available. But the main thing for Runes of Tearyn is that's why we have our Ko-Fi or Ko-Fi or whatever you want to call it. Is that's like for the help for Runes of Tearyn, which is all about basically this data proving this towards other developers too. So that's kind of why we're doing Runes of Tearyn as well. Not only just for the love of the game that we have been dying to make, but it's also going to help future developers in the future, and it's only going to actually make our tech better, because we're going to be every update that we pretty much make is going back into our technology. So it basically all the updates that we do on our tools or things like that, it's going to be in vertical third, just like Fortnite and Unreal is. So it's kind of like that mentality of like they help each other, if that makes sense. I think I'm going to come back and forth in between. Oh, well, thank you, Crisco. In between takes. Oh, what are you working on? I understand, but it seems risky to dev tools for years in hopes that you can make money off of the tools later. There should be like angel investors or foundations to help out projects like yours. It would be nice anyways. Yeah, so as true as that can be, let me see if I can say this in a constructive light. I'll say it that way. Sometimes those places don't always look at it as helping future developers. It's more like, how can we make a profit that's bigger and better? But I'm not saying that there isn't a potential of profitability from it, but also there's not enough developers in the world for it to be this insane. Like, a lot of these investors want like $1 billion potentials. You understand? Like, they want to see how these can like really I like to put it in this point. A lot of investors want to give you $1 and you give them back 1,000 or 100 in a very short amount of time. And so they're not always about like how great this would be to help others. They're more like, how can I make that $100 in 6 months or less? You know what I mean? Like, for $1. Here's $1. Go make 100. Really, it's 1,000. That's why I say that. But you get my point, right? And so, it's not that it's not a good model to be able to run. It's just this mentality of they want massive scale is what I'm mainly talking about. Okay, I understand, but it seems risky, blah, blah. Okay, fair enough. But a foundation would be nice. Yeah. Backstory, I am an application developer for my day job. I'm a 80/20 front end, back end for my after hours job, and then also moonlight as a voice actor. Oh, cool! Book narrator on the side. I'm doing the voice stuff. That's so cool. I love that. I freaking love audiobooks, dude. So for the thing that you're doing right this second, that's pretty dope. Do you dev apps for a company, or are you a small group? Do you dev apps? Oh, so once again, our tools are available for everyone. We make them just going to there. Sorry. And so that's our side of it. But about the it seems risky to dev tools for years in hopes that they make you money off the tools later. So that's Unreal Engine. Just FYI. Unreal Engine is a tool to make games on it. Fortnite is the game, right? And so that's kind of like the idea, right? So we're making a game with our tools, which does help us in the long term financially in creating tools. So the ecosystem in that is still really good, right? And Epic Games is a tool, right? It's Unreal Engine itself is the tool. It is the backbone of making a game. And then they make their game that makes money, right? Which they also use to make more tech, but they also make more games, right? So the idea is for us is that we're awesome because we don't have to do the Unreal Engine side, right? But we do the actual programming and how games work and function. So it makes us being able to make games a lot quicker than traditional other developers. I mean, one thing will be the category is that Unreal has just celebrated their 30-year anniversary. And on top of it, Blender just celebrated their 20-year anniversary. Those are all tools to make things. So it's not a quick sell. It's not like, hey, I'm going to make a cupcake and go sell it because it's got an expiration date. Yeah, Roblox is another great example. Roblox was done in 2006. So tools do take time to move. It's not an instant cupcake. You know what I mean? Like, here's a cupcake, now go sell it before it rots. Right? Tools do take time to develop in the ecosystem, for example. And this great game is going to show that our tools are great. So that's going to help it long term as well. Not to mention, you get a kick-ass game out of the process. So, boom. But on the note on investors, sometimes it's hard to sell something that, like, once again, I told you, is an instant return. They want instant returns. They don't want, like, to make the industry better, per se. Most of them. This is like most of them. They want, like, a quick dollar, if that makes sense. So they want, like, give you that $1, and they want you to make 1,000 in a year. And so that's not really like innovation when it comes to fixing things. I mean, like, for an example, I hate to bring this up because I do not adore this person at all, but it's just like kind of like Elon Musk. Like, he wanted to make an assumption that you could land that ship and not just blow it up every single time, and he had to use his own damn money to do it, right? So it's kind of like this mentality of not always can something of innovation sell right away. They don't like innovations. They really like proven things that have this massive dollar sign, and then they want it to be slightly different, like very slightly different. Like, make it 3% different. Don't change it. Right? That's what investors are really looking for. Yeah, unfortunately, Math, it's so true. It can be disheartening for sure, but you know what? Like, there's good people in the world, and we have to focus on that. We have to focus on people that want to bring positive things, you know. Well, enjoy your enjoy your little your, what is it, narrative side of it. Yeah, that's what you're doing right now, right? The narrative. Sometimes when I'm doing our narrative videos, sometimes I'm like so on it, and like other times I'm like, holy crap, like, can I not read this sentence wrong 15 times in a row? Like, holy crap. Like, why? Sometimes I'm like, read right through it, no problem at all. Other days, like, no! Why did that take me like double the time I usually do? Yes, Dark's right. And then on top of it, just once again, like over engineering things that shouldn't be over engineered. And that's a lot of money wasted. But unfortunately, is kind of like swept under the carpet for you guys to really see. For example, I'm just eating. Oh. Well, I'll see you later, Math. Yeah, I'm totally just munching on this food. It's been sitting in front of me, and I'm just like, okay, I need to eat real quick. Have a good night, though. Yeah, and well, don't worry, we will get to it. We're looking forward to making a great game, and these tools are only going to help us do that. So it's never a I would never redo it how we did it. Like, I feel like it was definitely a process I'm so glad we got to do. And I think to myself, like, you know what? Like, we did it the right way. We now get to go and have fun and make something great and use our tools for why we spent so much time making them. Okay. I'm just in my back here. Whoa. Is that like making a tunnel? Holy snapperoonie. Yeah. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I would love that. That's so cool. I love that. Yeah. You know what that makes me think of? You know that World of Warcraft zone? The one, what was it? What was it? What's the expansion? I'm trying to remember the name of the expansion. Yeah. Yeah, the rocks are not, though. Yep. I hear you. What? Yeah, why don't you, can we share streams? It sounds good to me. That's what I thought we were planning. I was just waiting for, I was waiting for you to, finish whatever you were doing. You just have to send me the little thingy. Here we go. I'm waiting for it. Just let me know when you send it to me. Okay. Yeah, remember to reset your title names so you don't forget it later. I know. I'd always forget it otherwise. I have to do it right away before it's like, oh, you know. Yeah, me too. I'm like making sure that I'm documenting it right. I'm like, oh, I want to mess this up. But I love what it shows over here, Chris. The actual like cool look, see, it shows how the water's gonna flow in here. The actual like grass. It's gonna feel so cool. I can't wait. Okay. Oh, there it is. I think so. Yep. Because you don't want it on this one, right?
Discord seems to have the best.
So then mute on this one, and then we'll go on your Discord. Okay. And then we have to share chats, I believe.
I sent the request.
You did?
Because your like notification things are.
Okay. It just says you want to collaborate. It doesn't do the. See, there's no like chat. I did. It's this thing. I'm trying to say there's no chat collaboration, Chris. Like.
Oh. Okay, that's this thing. There we go.
Oh,
There we go.
Oh, did I just mess up your thing? I just think I closed the wrong. There we go. Oh, did I leave that?
I think everything is still going. Maybe. Still shows it for me.
Okay. Cool, I
So
guess.
we'll see. See a countdown timer. Okay, it just disappeared, so
See?
it didn't break it.
Figured as much.
Back. Start showing again.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Because I was like, no, I don't have. Yeah, I figured I didn't have it. I was like, I don't see anything. Okay. Yeah. And I'm muted in this other channel, but I'm not in Discord. I'm like not muted in Discord.
Alright,
There we
test.
go.
That come through for you? Yeah.
You're pretty soft spoken right now. But yes, the chat does work.
Okay.
Hey.
We'll turn on my audio and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I think that's pretty good.
Okay.
Let's have
I
this
think
thing
my volumes
stuck in
look
my
good.
mouth.
I know.
I know yours is even worse.
Yep.
Mine's just like, look, it's just like gets in my
Mhm.
way, but I pointed it down, so it's not so bad. Okay, now we have this stuff going. All right, let's.
So
Get
it's
to-
my turn to have fun with rocks.
Oh, Sugar's trying to get something. Your
Oh.
son is totally trying to get something. I hope he just didn't get my cookie. That's what I hope he didn't get. Sugar. Sugar. We have a dog problem here. He's like, Mommy, I brought the bug back with you. Can I have a cookie? No. Give him that. That's fine. Give me one right now. I'll take one. I'll be a good girl. Stark made me some homemade macarons. They're so good. It's my favorite cookie. My favorite cookie. He's so nice. Oh my god, you brought the whole tray over? No, you can't. I think I need a plate. Otherwise they have this thing called caramel in them. Fresh caramel. Like, that stuff gets on everything. It's sticky. It's sticky. Holy moly. Those look so good. I'm staring at them, sorry. Alright. I am back. Officially. I'm just gonna get this. Christopher. All the fun stuff's gonna be on his side today. Boink. Yummy cookie. It's good. That's a good cookie. Hey, sugar. So what are you working on right now?
So, because of our landscape changes, I have to move all of our static mesh in the world to be back on level with the landscape changes. So it shouldn't take too long.
No.
But you'll have to go in and do your rocking stuff.
My rocking? My boulder expertise.
'Cause I'm doing the basics.
I know. Well, I do know a good boulder when I see one.
I'm a good boulder.
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
You're a nice boulder, Chris.
Alright. Raise this up. Go to snapping. And snap to the floor. Them boulders.
That's a nice boulder. My boulder placing.
Entire town. Where the heck is the?
Yeah, we got to place the I have to do the ramps to go up now. The stairs are not going to be enough.
It's kind of becoming a cool hilltop castle thing now.
Yeah. It's a hilltop
What else
town.
we got right here. Should I delete these?
Yeah.
giant things?
Please, that'd be cool.
Since they're not really.
Those are more the
What?
distance, but I don't think we need them. I don't think you'll see them.
Yeah, by the time we're done, I'll leave some of the outskirt ones.
Go for it. That was a good macaron cookie.
I've made sure to perfect that technique.
My
That
engineer.
macaron technique. Yeah.
Alright, I wait for my Christopher. I love how it like just mirrors on the top. It's amazing.
Yeah, the post-processing effects are crazy good. might be it for now.
Hi, sugar. Maybe there's nothing here.
What's this thing?
Sweet coochie. Look at this sweet bear. Oh. I was totally gonna name this dog Ice Bear. Just because he's so cute like that.
He's definitely a nice bear.
Oh, you're cute. Nah. I'm a good Ice Bear.
I don't know about good. I don't know about good.
Oh,
Dog's a troublemaker.
do you hear this, sugar? Do you hear this, Shuggy? Dog pain. Are you a dog pain in the butt? No,
Very
I'm
much.
not. Sugar.
He's got good looks.
He's trying to take the bread bag that he pulled
He's
off
always
from
getting
the
into
kitchen.
something.
He likes food. He's like a golden retriever. He's a golden doodle. So he's like, food is his life.
He is definitely a retriever.
Yeah, he retrieves and
For
then
himself.
he for himself. Yeah.
Not for others. For
No,
himself.
just for himself. Just himself. All right, so I'm waiting for Chris to do his little thing here.
I'm almost done.
Don't. No, it's fine. No, take your time. I'm just letting the stream know. I'm just letting the stream know that Stark is doing something with the file on his side, and I can't touch it until he is finished. Sugar. Who's my baby? My chuggy baby. Sugar.
I think that's pretty good. I think I got everything enough for now. Not gonna worry about it too
How about the
much.
Fisher thingy? I can get the rest. Oh, you got that. Oh, it's got a front. You forgot the... Yeah.
Campfire.
A campfire. Cool.
Some random
Skylar.
shrubs, but-
Alright, and then I know this section over here. Did you get this section over here, Chris? The one over here.
Yeah, I got a bunch of things over
And
there.
then you did that on your side. I'm probably gonna have to redo this little section because it's too I'm gonna have to change the ramps.
Yep.
Since we've
Okay.
updated this. Even like my all my paint's gonna be different because we haven't done the blenders in there yet. Boop, 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 boop. I'm waiting. Take your time, obviously. I'm not trying to rush you. I'm just making sure they know I'm waiting for you to change files with me. Because I know the water is supposed to go through here as well at some point. We have to bring the water back through here. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I figured you did. Sugar. No. That dog is getting to everything. He is a monster.
think I got the bridges elevated, yeah.
I know their collision was, I did do their collision too. I think I checked it on, but I don't remember if I did or not. He's getting into everything. Why? Why is he doing this?
He's a naughty boy.
He's just always scavenging. Sugar! Come here.
I think that's
Be
good.
good. Be a good
Get
boy.
the butterflies.
Come sit and be good. Don't be bad. Don't be bad boy. No. Be good, baby. Ah. Oh my goodness. Sugar. He's crazy, I tell ya. He's crazy.
Alright, we'll call that done for now.
Okay.
Save all.
And then I just wait for it.
Yeah,
And
perforce.
perforce. Yep, I'm going. I'm just moving my drink to see the... It's on this, like, bottom thing here. My drink is, like, right in the middle of it.
And from here, I will work on replacing the AI to go places.
Sounds good.
And all our loot spawners everywhere.
Yep. Figured. So let me know when the check-in's ready. Boink, boink, boink. There we go.
That's fine. Hold on. I think I did something wrong. I forgot you can't have sub-levels in that level. Hold on. Poopy. Can I do both? If I go environment.
Don't get done.
Okay, that works. Go here.
There we go. I'll wait for it. I'll wait for perforce.
The landscape.
I'm waiting for the chicken. Doot, doot, doot.
Discord.
Just wait till just let me know when it's
All right, you're good.
okay.
You can open environment.
Just making sure. I don't know. I think you're going on enemies right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. Like, wait, is she going on enemies or no? No. Yes. No. Yes. No. No. All right. Let's see. Did it load everything? I think so. Huh.
One
The
thing we're definitely gonna have to think
butterflies.
about
All the effects
is,
got not moved.
yeah, there's obviously gonna be a bunch of things that probably got missed.
Look at that cute house. So cute. So cute.
We're definitely gonna have to think about how, in this mountainous kind of area, the fighting is gonna work, and like
How the what? I'm sorry, I
Creating-
didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
creating good fighting spaces. You know,
Oh, yes.
'cause it's obviously hard to fight on a hill.
Mm-hmm.
A little odd.
Yep.
So we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna manage that.
Okay. Well, the big thing to manage that is predominantly by flattening those areas out. So carving them in to the area, kind of like what I was creating over in the other location. So you remember like the area where there was like those little orc tents?
Yeah.
It's the same mentality, same philosophy of it all. It's just
Like that.
creating nooks and crannies, right?
Yep.
But
You could do.
you
big,
can do some on the cliff. I mean,
Things
like
like that,
on
yeah.
like on hills. I mean, there was
Yeah.
plenty of things that you killed on hills in other games.
Yeah,
all the time.
totally.
It's like it's not like uncommon. But I just mean like that's the overall concept I have is,
Mhm.
you know.
Okay, that's that. Now we need the NPC layer. What is Weldon not doing in the NPC layer?
Huh?
Silly Weldon. Get in your right layer.
Hey, Crisco, you're back. How'd your narratives go? I'm not sure if you heard me when I was talking before, but I was literally like, dude, I totally know how sometimes, like, some days narratives are great for me. Like, I'll have no problem with them, but then other days, like, dear Lord, can I not, like, nail my... Because when we were doing, like, those things for Coursera, those were all videos for, like, the content, the course we're doing, there would be, like, days I would fly through my stuff. Like, I mean, fly through it. And then other days I was like, can I not read one sentence without screwing it up? Or is this like, what am I on right now? That's pretty much what I had to deal with. I was like, no. Okay. Yeah, I definitely get it. Flying through verse, getting getting hung up. Yeah. It's like for some reason, like there would be words that I could just not say, you know? Meaning like I was like, why can I not say integer today? Why is integer not a word I can say. And I'd be like, I don't know, I'd say it some wrong way. And I'm like, what is wrong with me? Like, I've said this thousands of times now. Well, why can I not say integer today?
I hate statistic. I can't. I have a hard time saying statistic. Statistic. Especially when you have to say it a bunch of times.
Yeah, like sometimes like when we would have to do it, we would be like, I don't know, 4 times in a sentence or whatever. Like, well, not one sentence, but you know what I mean? In like an area, and you'd just be like, or then you'd have to do like statistics ciphers. Like, you'd have to do like some very interesting like mashups, and oh my god, some days I'd nail it like without a problem. Other times, dear God, it's like, why do you hate me? Yeah, I definitely get it flying through reverse and getting hung up. Now, throw in that for narrating a book, I change my voice for different characters, like boys, men, women. Yeah, absolutely. And the last book I narrated had a couple characters visiting from Scotland. So I learned that accent. Oh my god, dude. Yes. Yes, that's amazing. Scotland. Scottish. That's so good. I tried to do the Ireland one. Dear God, it's hard. It's really hard. But I can do the British one really well. But I can't.
She's actually pretty good with accents.
But like
and voices.
Some voices are hard. Like I haven't tried enough. Like I really need to like learn them. Like really learn them. But I've been doing a lot of things and I haven't been able to, but I do want to learn the Ireland accent and a Scottish accent for sure. Oh my god, I would imagine that helps tremendously, especially cuz like it's a lot of like updated things too, right? Like the actual like how you talk, you know, in real life instead of just sometimes like old terms, or you know, like I would like to call them old English terms. Like nobody says, you know, the word quill for pen anymore, you know? Like people say pen, or like do you have a pencil or something? They don't say like quill, you know what I mean? Like, and that's even like different languages. They'll say like it just doesn't interpret right. Like I know apparently Quebec in Canada, like a lot of them when they go over to like France can't stand it, right? Because they're just like, ugh, they must be from Canada. Like it was old French. Like none of them speak like current French. Fun fact, there is an area of the brain that focuses on imitation that are different sizes in different people. No way. I bet mine's huge on that. Dude, I'm like always imitating something. You should honestly hear me when I'm like I make voices for dogs or animals. Like I am like straight up like people look at me like what? I'm like, yeah, that's me. I'm a weird one. Of course, the more you use it, the more effect it gets. Ooh, efficient it gets. Nice. Like any other skill. Yeah, for sure. That's amazing. How do you check to see that with wouldn't that be like an MRI? Wouldn't that be how you would check that out? How big that part of your brain is?
Hi, doctor. Can you please scan my repetition gland? Thank you.
That's
I need to strengthen my repetition
oh my
glands.
god. Hey, I'm sure they have some way of scanning that. Like shit. I don't know. Hey, I don't know. I've only watched a little bit of Grey's Anatomy, you know, so.
That clearly makes you an expert.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Chris, I am going to have to redo this entire section. Just think all these rocks. They're just, you know, they're just all for show now.
Yep.
All for show. To redo all of it. It's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. That has to be so like exhausting too, because it takes a lot of effort. You know, like I know for us, even like doing instructional videos, like you wanted to make sure that they are engaged, right? Like, and so you really have to put a lot of like, you know, expression and just it's exhausting. So that's got to be challenging when it comes to characters as well. Like mentally, physically. It's like it's super fun, but it can be like it can be a lot, you know? It can be a real lot. Alright, I think I'm gonna lower some of this down. I'm deciding if I want to ramp this or not. Deciding how I'm going to go about this because it's in a different level. Do I lower this section as a whole or not? Like, do we like it this high up? Are we cool with this high? It feels nice. I feel like I
The
just
height is feeling really good throughout the level.
Yeah.
You just gotta start carving out the areas for fighting.
Well, yeah, but I've got to like basically restructure.
So I know there was a couple streamers that were just blown away. I think I saw Pirate Software like start up or a clip of him starting up Indiana Jones, and he was like, he thought it was a cinematic trailer and it was gameplay. He's like, whoa, something like that. I haven't seen too much about it though. But so far, the Indiana Jones game, I've heard amazing things about the entire thing.
Oh wow, yeah, I haven't seen it. I didn't see a stream for that. I'll have to go
It
watch
looks really interesting.
That's crazy. I could be a boulder specialist, I think. You know? I feel like that's something I'd be good at. Okay, cool. That'd be great. Yeah. I think I could have helped that whole genre with their boulder problems.
Them boulders.
I'm pretty good at laying boulders. Sorry. It was just, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing. You know, Chris? It's a thing. Alright, let's see. Maybe I could like up it here. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how I want to lay this now. Because everything is pretty much
fucked.
Nice sugar.
Sugar.
I basically have to redo a lot of this. Chuggy.
What are you doing, Chuggy?
I don't know, maybe there's like something outside. Is the door open? No, it's not. Hi, Earth.
It's a dark area, huh?
Oh, it's like you. Stop.
Stop in the name of dog.
Okay, so, my question is, do I delete it all and start again?
With the rocks?
This whole section. Because basically, none of it's gonna work.
Yeah.
You realize that, right?
Yeah.
None of it's gonna work.
I mean, we knew that when we were terrified.
I'm just letting you know, like,
yep.
not even close. close. So
Yep.
this means that basically I have to do this, which is real fun. Real fun.
If you want, just drag a bunch of them to the side for your palette, and then like search rock, and delete it all.
I don't know. We'll see.
All right. I think I've got the basics of stuff placed. And placed is in quotations. Blocking volumes, I don't think I really need to worry about right now. Take this out for now.
Alright. I'm just gonna group them for now and then hide them. Because I will figure out if they're of use at all for me. And then if not, I will delete the group. At least for some of the ones, you know, that I was using. Some of them I will definitely just delete in general.
Yeah.
Brutal, I tell you, brutal. Game development, so brutal. But that's okay. That's okay. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
No problems.
Okay, don't say that. Because there's
Game
definitely
devs
always
never
problems.
have to repeat work. Never.
That
It always
is-
goes according to plan.
Uh-huh. Oh, of
Always.
course. Yeah.
You know this, right?
Yeah. Totes. Totes. Okay. Some of these I will group though, because some are a nice little like.
That's definitely a nice career to have, Crisco.
Yeah, I started my career as a game tester. I got to just professionally complain about game work. That's amazing. Oh my god.
Why go on the Reddit forums when you can get paid to do on the Reddit forums?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I might laugh too hard. I can't. I have to hold hold my mouth. That was too funny. Oh my god. You're a professional
Complainer.
especially
I love,
developers.
like-
I love that so much. Oh my god, dude.
I
That's
love when
amazing.
there's like a GDC video and it talked about like the early playtest stages, and they talk about some of the rough patches. Like the one that comes to mind, they were building the next God of War, and I'm pretty sure it's a GDC video, and they talked about like this was before they like figured out, because I guess the God of War before that was a little bit more like really drawn back third person. You had like a whip or something. So it was very different style than the current God of War, which is this axe you throw. And they were figuring out how that's going to work. And they talked about some of their QA testers that would come in and try and play test things. And they're like, please make this end. Please stop. Please no. Like, these are the comments they were getting. They were just like, it was so bad in the early stages. And it was just like, dear God, no. They were like the comments on the playtest. Make it end.
Make it end.
Yeah.
Make me stop playing this crap. Oh my god.
It's true too. Like this is something like we're experiencing right now. It's like we make a change, you start playing, and immediately something can just feel off. It's
Yeah,
like you just
immediately.
instantly feel bored or something.
Yeah,
Right?
like
And
there's times that I think I'm not sure if you were there during this process. I said Crisco, but I said this one time, so I'm sorry if I repeat it. I was like, whenever we make a test on anything, like on a class or whatever, if I'm falling asleep, like something's wrong. Something's wrong, and it's a no bueno. You know, it's like no, this is officially not working. This,
Stop the playtest.
yep, just
Back to
back
the
to
drawing
like
board.
just
This is
call
back
it
to the
quits on the play test and let's fix this problem.
You don't need to suffer for an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's so true. Okay, let's see. Oh man, so I tested the first iteration of the game Time Shift, which was never released, and we were breaking the physics engine so much. This is when Fear 2 was about
Oh,
to
wow.
be released. Oh my god.
Can you imagine the playtesters and QA testers on the second Breath of the Wild? Like all the physics interaction they had there. That would have been wild.
That would have been
What they did with that.
insane. Oh my
And they're
god.
like, "Are you aware your players are gonna make, rockets like
these-
seductive rockets? You know,
Yeah. Well, we made a joke a little bit because like there was this we made this like game jam or whatever. It was kind of like a Minecraft or whatever, and it was just like a little like 3-day game jam or something. And we laughed because it took play testers when they finally got to play it, you know, for like fun playing on the thing. It took them probably like not even 5 or 3 minutes just to make a penis somewhere in the world. Like we're like, oh, there it is.
Yep.
There's the trusty penis.
Yep.
Thank you. It works.
Right,
They're like, hey, look, it works. I'm like, yep. It works. Good job. You've done it. Like, did you want this? Not particularly.
Yeah.
But sure.
TTP.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
that's
somebody
time
else
to
said
penis.
TTP.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
And even I don't know if you got to watch Mythic Quest yet, but we talk about it in Mythic Quest too. Mythic Quest is an amazing show.
Oh my god, it's so good. It's so
I can't.
good.
I think
You
the
would
next
really
one,
like
next
it,
season's
honestly.
coming out.
You would love it.
I think next season's coming out early this year, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's season 4 or season 5.
Is it Mythic? Oops.
Mythic Quest. The thing I didn't like is that they went sort of like, I guess, Robloxy at the end. They didn't do enough in the indie space. I felt like they should have stayed in the indie space.
So good. Oh my god, it's freaking hilarious. It's a good show. At least for developers, pretty funny.
Yeah, they hit on so many truths. Like some might be a little bit exaggerated.
Yeah, some are
but there's
exaggerated,
truth
let's
to
be
them.
honest.
There's a lot of truth to them.
Yeah. They also were just like funny in general, just like how much they talked about how also just like in a lot of the investors not knowing what the hell they're talking about, and so like just that was really funny too.
Yeah, a lot of truth.
You know, there was just so much truth. Like, yeah.
There's some parts that are like,
Yeah, that's a little.
that's a little extreme, but
far. Yeah.
you know, I see where it stems from.
And then it's like, wow, that was like just painted as clear as possible. There's a truth bomb. Yeah. My favorite part was seeing the poor community manager stuck in the basement. That's pretty much how they treat a community manager. Not very well. Yeah. And so it's like this poor lady that's like dealing with all this hate towards players, and she's stuck in a basement with no windows.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how AAA treats them. It's horrible. Fun fact, Aragon the game was going to be delayed because the testers missed that there was a VIP's name misspelled in the credits at the end of the game. This was on the build that was going to be released. Oh! Wait,
Well,
that's why they missed it? Just because like a VIP's name was misspelled.
I didn't even Aragon. Isn't that the dragon film thing?
Yeah,
They made a game out of that?
it's a book. It's a series.
I didn't even really know they made a game out of
I
it.
actually did not know they made a game either. I'm gonna be honest.
Aragon the game?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Interesting.
Is it
I
on
never knew a
PlayStation?
game released. It's on everything at the time.
Yeah.
360, PlayStation 2,
I never played it.
Nintendo DS.
I was actually kind of sad that they
These got mixed reviews. The movies unfortunately did not do very well.
the books
There was
were
like
good.
good premise, but Divinity. Okay, so you really know you know EverQuest then, right? That isn't that. Is that? No, that was
No.
Baron. I'm confusing.
You're
Divinity.
excusing them. You're confusing the name.
Why do I? Where is mid 50? What game title did I know that's 50? Was they the previous owners of WoW or Blizzard?
I don't think so.
Did they used to own Blizzard or something?
I don't think so.
Why do I know that name? There's something about them.
Yeah, I always look it up first because I'm like a visual person, so I will notice a name, but I'm like, let me check it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, they used to own. 2007 announced to be merging its game publishing.
Activision, that's right.
Activision.
Yes, it was Activision, then went off their own, and then they buy Blizzard from there.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I think I remember happening. That was a really long time ago, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, we're entering our 40s here.
I am gonna be 40. Okay, I'm gonna be 40 technically on the 18th, so exactly 7 days from now. So I'm not young either, but yeah,
We get you.
we get you. Oh, thank you. I have no idea what I'm doing for my birthday. I have no idea. See?
Is it time for the birthday stream? Birthday stream.
Hey, guess what, Kristen? Go into your 40s, into work. Go. Love you. Right?
Yeah. We have we met on WoW.
Oh, yeah, I feel
I'm sure
you.
we said that already. 20 years ago. Vanilla WoW.
Yeah, we did.
We have three daughters now. And our 3 kids.
Yeah. We
and
do.
2 dogs.
It's crazy when I think about it. Yeah, we have 2 dogs too. Yeah, we met on WoW. No way.
No way.
Are you joking me?
That's kind of funny. So that's kind of similar to us. So I'm Canadian, and so I grew up in Canada, and which is near Ottawa. And I had my group of friends, and Canada's kind of a small suburban town, right? And I had my group of friends that we all started a guild together. And the funny part was, I wanted to go Alliance because I had played the beta, and I was a gnome warrior, and I wanted to go gnome warrior again. But all my friends coerced me into going to Horde. So sure enough, I went Horde. I ended up being a troll warrior, of course. This is my thought process for there was like, EverQuest, you had like max stats on their gear at one point. I thought it had the same evolution of EverQuest, and so troll warriors got in combat regeneration. So I thought in combat regeneration would grow to like a really overpowered point. So I went troll warrior, despite it being like the worst warrior class ever. But sure enough, gameDEVbeauty, her brother,
Yeah.
had her group of friends.
Yeah, my brother's
And
10
she
years
played-
older
we
than
bo-
me, so.
She played EverQuest. We both played EverQuest like on our own. We didn't know each other at the time. We both played EverQuest. And she, her brother coerced her to come play WoW because he needed like a healer, of course.
And I had
Um,
like, I had gotten so good at being a healer in EverQuest that I got like 5th top in the world, 5th top cleric in the world, and so yeah, EverCrack exactly.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
also we call it NeverQuest because there's no
Yeah.
quests.
So I had my friend group that played WoW. She had her brother's group of friends that played WoW. And somewhere when we got to our 30s or 40s,
Level.
my friend Ryan met her brother and talked, and we merged guilds. And so that's how we pretty much ended up meeting. Is we had like these outside influences that merged the guild, and then we eventually found each other in like Ventrilo.
Yeah. Well,
started
okay,
talking,
so
and then like the rest is history.
technically,
The rest is history.
He likes to say this. So technically, no, we did not just randomly meet in Ventrilo. I did not know he existed at the time, because I was very used to being around my brother's friends. Very used to it, and used to basically that drama. I did not hear him. He did not speak, okay? He did not speak. So how would I possibly know he existed if he never spoke? And so eventually, it was one like we basically met on Valentine's Day. So we met on Valentine's Day because a guy that I was seeing at the time really wanted me to come out on Valentine's Day, but like at the time I lived in Maryland and he was in Virginia, which isn't far away, but like during Valentine's Day at like 5 at night, that is like the worst traffic known to man. And I was like, you know what, dude, like I don't want to do anything during Valentine's Day. Like I know we're just kind of like semi seeing each other. Like I wasn't big on labels at the time. Like I didn't really have a love for dating anybody specifically. And so I was like, I just want to play games. Can I just play games? Like I don't want to go anywhere. And I guess he was like pissed about it. So I was just like, whatever, I'm just gonna play games. Like I don't care. I'm gonna play games. I don't feel like going anywhere. And so basically I was just sitting there watching 13 going on 30. And then he just comes in there. He's like, oh, hey, what you doing? And I was like, oh, I'm just watching a movie, playing some games, trying to level. And that's how we met. I had no idea who he was at the time because I didn't even check who he was in.
I say this all the time. She started talking about her EverQuest days, and she had me at EverQuest. That's all it took. She had me at EverQuest.
He was just like, you got how far? You're where?
Especially because like she was the raider. She was the high-end person in EverQuest. I was the alt person. And the person that just like spent most of their time leveling.
Yeah. So that was our like nerdy like romantic story. There we go.
Yeah.
Our nerdy romantic story. Yep, that's it, Chris. That's it.
Yep.
I met my wife online dating. She was in college. Her father required her to keep playing WoW. So they could hang out since he lived hours away. When our relationship started getting serious, she introduced me to him through WoW. No way! Well, he gave me 10k gold. It was
oh my
months
God.
later for me to meet him in person. No way. Okay, why did that happen to me? You know, like, damn, dude, that's so unfair.
10k gold. That was
That's
lot.
a lot of gold. My brother like pawned me off for that. Like He got my mom to make me play WoW. Like, I wasn't even gonna play WoW because it was just too much, like, raid drama. So he pawned me off to make gold from, like, some rich guy in Arcadia saying he's gonna give him 500 gold if he gets his sister to come play. Because apparently, like, his friends talked about me or something. And, yeah, he just tried to, like, pimp me out. But instead, you get 10k gold. This is the life of females. We get screwed. My in-laws were like, "You're not Canadian? I don't like you." That was mine. Ugh, Chris, why couldn't I have had that?
Some parents will buy you a car or a home for your wedding gift, but here, I'm going to give you 10k gold and WoW,
Yeah. Phil did two things. He worked, visited his mother for lunch, went home to his wife, and just zoned out on WoW. He basically acted like gold farmer to relax from the workday. No way.
Yep. And that's MMOs for you, right?
Yeah,
they
let
you
you
relax.
escape. They let you escape from like crazy world. Like that's what I think why I was like, I always kind of talk about this a little bit, is why I guess I'm kind of really passionate about this project in general, is because I miss that. Like, I miss that phase of life's like really freaking hard and difficult and complicated, and I miss the escape route. I miss that, like, I'm not being, and also like getting to like be social with people that have the same interests as me. That's something you don't get anymore.
No icebreaker there's no icebreaker like an MMO, right?
Yeah.
And like when you're just hanging out playing an MMO, it's a good distraction to keep conversation loose.
Yeah, and then
be
like
more relaxed.
The worst part is these days, like, MMOs have been so focused on just like auto-generated stuff, like auto queuing and all those kind of stuff, and it's just like nobody even talks anymore. And if they do, they're cruel, they're rude. It's like, what happened, And all I can think of is just that we took that humanity out of a player. That's the only thing I could think of, is that we took the
traded convenience for social
interaction.
Right?
Yeah.
And all the systems, like, you kind of want them. You want fast travel. You want matchmaking.
Yeah.
You want people to, if they want to do a dungeon, they can go do a dungeon.
Yeah.
But like, there's missing that social part. Like, what do you do in replace of that?
Yeah.
To make the game more social, like,
exactly.
It's that scale of like, okay, we made it really convenient, but how do we even the scale out to make it more social too? Because anytime you try and play a game that doesn't have fast travel in some form, or it doesn't have matchmaking, it's very frustrating as a player. I loved, like, we had a lot of fun playing New World, but having to form a group, having to run there, all of those things were really, really tedious to do and to kind of experience.
Well, I love your comment. It says like, games are an escape is just such a luxury these days, especially as parents. Yeah, I freaking cannot express that more. The fact that I never can be able to play an MMO because like I have kids, and it's like I can't just like be stuck in a raid and not
like
deal with life, or work the next day.
And that's the other thing, like having a slow-paced game like EverQuest was, even WoW.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't have to worry about stuff so much. Like, you could play and have a conversation. You could play and sometimes do homework, right?
Yeah.
And that's why we really want to have the pace of the game much slower, and so you are able to multitask, doing a couple of different things in real life and playing the game.
Like, I can't even tell you. I can't even tell you how many times I would have people that would be, because I was like, leader of my clerics and all that kind of stuff, that would just go and do their like homework while raiding, just because it took us a long time to move through things. Like, people would just like work playing EQ. It was so much slower because of it, and people really enjoyed like taking their time getting there. And now it's not like that at all. And I don't don't know, I guess that's why like we started trying to make them, and then we were like, hey, we need to make these into tools if we're going to be able to keep up. And that's why we even, and then it was like, you know, we need to be there for people, so because we're genuinely kind. And like I said, you know, we met on games, like we have a love for the space and we have a love for the industry, because we met on it, right? And I'm sure you, just because you met, you know, met her there on WoW, it's like you knew exactly what I'm talking about. It's like this mentality of that world. Even it's meeting your father-in-law on WoW. It was like this feeling of there is like a connection, like a real place to games, like a world there. And I don't know. I guess I just want to change that. So it's like, as far as I'm concerned, you know, the tools, sure, you know, we're bettering our industry, but we also made them to make great games. Like, they are there to make great games. And this is just a game personal to my heart. Like, I loved the world of MMOs, and I unfortunately haven't found an MMO that I love again. And so it's really hard for me. Like, New World had some cool stuff to it, but so much that I just,
It's so many problems.
So many things that I couldn't be like, God, jeez, like,
Like, they had so many problems to start. Like, so for us, it took us like, we didn't fully commit to the game until maybe a year or two after release, because of the problems with, like, you had to farm a key every time.
I just saw he said the last game he played socially was Pokemon Go. Me freaking too. Chris can tell you, I was like back in Irvine when I lived there. There was a whole Pokemon crew, like their Discord and everything like that, and I would just like meet up with them because that was the last social thing I ever did. Because there was no other gaming otherwise. Period. But continue. Sorry, Chris. I just saw that. I was laying rocks.
I don't even remember what I was saying.
I'm sorry.
A squirrel moment.
No, I totally interrupted you. It's my bad.
Yeah, no, like we have that experience, right? Like, we did long distance dating for 13 months, and what helped with that? What made that work? Like, World of Warcraft did that, because it felt like we were right next to each other having a LAN.
Yeah.
Being together. Our lawyer like almost fell off her seat because we had like 13,000 minutes every month of talking on the phone. Because it was like after 6, it was like free or something like that. And so it was just funny, like, how social it can be. And so,
that's true.
And like, just from a perspective, like, if you're looking at our world right now, we're thinking about, from our level design perspective, how do we go back to like, so like we feel like WoW did it wrong. WoW did it where this level is for like 1 to 5 or 1 to 12, whatever it is. Then this level is 13 to 20 or something. And when we come like thinking back and how we compared that to EverQuest would have a zone that, some of them were like meant for a certain level range, but then they'd have like an island that was for a huge jump in levels. And like Oasis comes to mind, for those who know that zone.
Yeah.
And it's like mainly a 12 to 15 zone, but then you have the Spectre Island, and there's level 30s coming by, and that what makes that, it really drives, the low levels, seeing the high levels run by.
Yeah.
Gives the low levels kind of motivation to see how cool that the high levels look like, what they can do. So high levels are running by the low levels, and sometimes either buffing
love
them,
the affection.
Them,
don't get me wrong. They love it.
Feeling good because they're being looked up to, helping them, killing stuff. Sometimes their asses, it happens, but and so it's like mingling the high levels with the low levels, and that's a huge like pillar of our level design. So we want to make sure that we really integrate that.
I'll read the thing. Oh yeah, I had a long distance dating too, and we also did the immigration marriage thing. Since I'm an immigrant, we had to do the prove your marriage is real thing for my citizenship. Yeah,
exactly.
Same here. Like, we went through all that immigration stuff as well. was a freaking nightmare. It was a freaking nightmare. So yeah, no, I'm. Oh my god, that's awesome. That like meeting another person that kind of went through that too. Like I, just how you guys met and everything. Like it's always nice to meet somebody that's like has a very similar story to us. It's awesome. Freaking love that.
Yeah, one of my friends had a father that basically lived on Dark Age of Camelot, and they were very similar. They had their computer set up in the living room, and they would just kind of sit there. And he was pretty much always a soloer too. He would just like be an archer, be a ranger, sit in a tower somewhere, and when some people come by, like snipe them off type thing. And he loved just like the chill aspect of I'm that one lone ranger hunter guy, like roaming around, occasionally ganking people.
Yeah, he did. He loved it. I don't know, and especially like it felt like it really because he was retired too. I felt like it just gave him purpose again, which I think is really awesome. Like I think games are like that regardless if you're younger or older. There's always going to be somewhere in your life that games just do fill a void for people to feel like a connection to something.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people like they always
Even if
talk
it's
about
with your kids, like playing with your kids, like you mentioned, like your father-in-law played with his daughter. That's what it was.
I feel like a lot of people talk about like they're either an introvert or an extrovert, and I feel like in this kind of age of the internet, you can be an introvert that's extroverted online, but introverted in person.
Yes.
And so you can, because there's not like a little bit of that social anxiety by like seeing someone's facial expressions and trying to like, what do I do with my hands? Like all these things. Like I'm better, I'm worse in social in-person situations, but online I'm way better. And like there's not this like kind of like weird social things you have to worry about and being on point. And so again, there's no icebreaker like an MMO.
So I never leveled up past 36 in WoW in any of my other characters. I made one last character before I quit. I do one goal, get every Griff point in the Eastern Kingdoms as fast as possible. So I was running around as a low level character and only leveling up due to discovering in new areas. I got to Light Hope Chapel at like level 7 or 8. The people there thought I was cheating. I actually swam around and died to res in cemeteries close by.
That's too funny.
That's awesome. Oh my god. Talk about totally utilizing the system, right? That's so funny. You'd have to share your experience when we were doing the oh yeah, go for it. Go record. I was gonna say when he comes back, if tell him about what we did for level 70, how you parked all the warlocks. Those were fun. Hi, Airy Bird. What you doing? Oh, making some tea. Some tea. My English girl. I'm doing it right, Chris. I'm making the girls turn into tea lovers.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, it's coming back together. What do you think?
Yeah, that's awesome. The fortress on top of the tower.
Hey, Birdie. I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. Your rainbow tea? Is it in the basket where all the teas go? I'll go check. Okay, so before I do this section, let's move this here for now.
Another thing I need to do for you eventually is procedural stairs.
That's what I'm having to work on now. So, do I even need to worry about that right now then?
I would just like roughly place them.
Roughly.
You know?
Roughly?
Roughly. Block it out.
You can't block it out. It's not like a blocking out situation.
Just block it out.
It's not a blocking out situation.
You know? Just do art. Block it out.
It's not a blocking out situation. It's not a blocking out situation. Just so you know, it's not. It's not.
I would just put do what you're doing.
What?
I would just put the stairs there.
But you can't put the stairs there. I have to completely.
Yeah, like I mean, do the molding of the landscape and stuff. What? Like the landscape stuff. Like, aren't you working on the landscape stuff?
Yes. So that is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So the thing that you just said that I need to work on or need to put in is for this situation. So how does that work? Huh? Yeah.
I want to know is why my code's up.
God.
That's what I want to know.
It's like bonk you on the head for a minute. Earth to Chris. That is just like I have to, in order to do the stairs, I can't block in the stairs. I have to mold the stairs into the actual ground. So what I need to do is procedural ramps.
Yes.
The tool. You're like, oh.
It's on my list
Right.
to do. Okay?
Yes.
It's on my list.
Well, so then maybe I won't work on this part. Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
good.
you can work on the rocks or something.
I
don't
can't.
know.
Can't work on the rocks. Because if so, I need to make sure that I can get up here. If I do these rocks over here, they might get in the way.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the whole point, is I can't add that right now. I have to Otherwise, it's just in the way.
Okay.
Where could I add the rocks? I have to make those stairs to go up.
Okay. Well, work on I guess something else though. The landscape or what?
That would be for the landscape. So I need to work
say
it
like
up.
a different part or something.
I'm saying I can't work on this section. That's what I'm trying to say. I did this part for now because this is fine.
Yeah.
But once again, I have to. This is all ramps. I have to. My procedure has to go into this. So the tools go from here as well. Same with here. So I can't work on this section.
Mhm.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. Is I can't work on that section because it's just going to be redone. So instead of doing something for a third time, I'll just wait. Instead. Basically need to do rocks leader for this, so this is fine, but like past that I can't really do because I have to do all this section here too. So all this section would be fine because you can go up this ramp. But you can't do that here. So this needs to be another ramp. See?
Mhm.
It's got to go a ramp that goes here, here, and there.
Right.
Right? So it's kind of like that mentality. Like, you can't do that part yet because I need that part to work. So I will use my art tools for that later. Yeah, and I'm hoping to make a dividend to the world where I kind of go like this. I kind of go like maybe up here. The stairs go up here. They go across. Maybe they go up. They kind of maybe wind around. It would look really pretty. Like if they did
really
the
cool
wind.
grand entrance.
Yeah, I think that would be a really nice like feature to bring in, and that's why I'm saying like I want the tools. I want to do the tools because it'll look really seamless. And then I can create some really cool rock architecture, you know, with it.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave this like this for now. Get my tool in, and then I have to obviously get my tool back in for this too.
Yeah.
Water. The water wasn't put in here. You know?
Right.
Okay. And okay, let's see. I want to. This needs to go. This can go. This can go. get my cord from my my keyboard. My keyboard needs to be charged. I thought it was over here, but it doesn't seem like. Oh, maybe no, that's not it. Okay. Oh, so many rocks over here, but it's hard to really grab them without picking them up because there's rocks all over the world. So you're not really in like a specific location. So.
Oh, we're gonna follow.
Oh, yay!
Oh, thanks, Math Fan. Math Fan Brian.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey again. You back? I am currently basically having to start on some things again, but that's okay. It's all about the process long term. In and out late night snack. Oh, in and out. Oh, dude, I miss in and out. I obviously I still live by them, but celiac disease, it's like it's kind of unsafe territory. It has to be like a very specific one that like can make it in a like safe environment for me. Otherwise I get screwed. Oh,
Oh,
hi,
hi,
Emma.
Emma.
Oh, cool. Good old VR. What are you attempting to make? Do you have like a genre in mind, or is it a storytelling game, or what were you thinking? Probably shouldn't be my first game, but probably a VR zombie game. Oh, that would be kind of fun. Is it like an actual like survival kind of type of game? Like a Resident Evil kind of, genre? But like VR? Probably an open world. Not sure yet. Okay. Well, survival games are always fun.
Yeah, and it's always like think of how you can take that genre and make it and like simplify it, right? So you don't always have to make your first game something you don't want to make or whatever, but think about building it in like a small chunk, right? And like what is that small part of that game you
Vertical
want to make
slice,
in the future? Yeah, your virtual slice. Um, and just like start with a small level, you know?
Yeah.
Figure out how to break it down into something that's not like this massive AAA, crazy massive world, but still is a more compact, good experience.
Yeah. Because that's very possible. If I do, I probably will have to hire BA to do some characters to make it a story packed VR game. Well, I would have to say, um, if I could give any advice in general, is the marketplace is a great place to do things. There is a lot of content there, in my opinion, especially for zombies. You should be able to find a ton of things.
I know I've heard people use Fiverr for voice actors as well. There's been some indie devs that have talked about having success there.
Yeah.
And so you said like you can find for your VA, and obviously there's some games using, you know,
There's sound packs.
AI.
That's what I was thinking of. Is even sound packs
Yeah.
too, for at least like the sounds, and maybe, isn't there also like sections that you can have like just audio tuned things so they can, like for example, like one
Yeah, I
person
mean-
I saw like use like a software to literally make their voice go kind of like have a more of a scratch thing,
Yeah.
and then they actually talked in it, and it was just there for like, even if it's blocked in, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's just like putting it in to make it feel like, get the feeling first. You know what I mean? Because it's like this, the first mentality that I feel like indies do things wrong is they think about all the ways they can spend first, when in reality we don't have a lot of money to spend with, right? And so like the first thing is, let's first block it in with some things that'll give us a really good concept for like either space, for storyline, for effect, whether it be lighting, whether it be some, art or whatever, that is, once again, much cheaper, like meaning asset packs and stuff like that you can use just to get your feeling, you know what I mean? And like that's where you're going to be able to save a lot of money, just because you're able to opt out. Like, was this whole effect I had in my head really even necessary, or could I have actually done some things to it to help my budget so I could actually get the game out? You know, I think that's one thing I would give one suggestion to, is just that indies like to torture themselves in this mentality of thinking that they can't do it, so they just quit right away. When in reality, there is so many ways to make that project feel real to you and your player base, without having to have, like, several hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions.
Yeah, no, like especially for a first game, definitely don't go multiplayer. It can be very challenging doing multiplayer, and I'd argue that multiplayer games can sometimes be a trap if you don't know what you're doing, because I suppose when I say that, I say like multiplayer only games, or games that like really depend on lots of
Like Overwatch would be a great example.
team-based games. Yeah.
Overwatch would be a great example. It's a still world, but you rely on player team red and player team blue to actually have a game at all.
Yeah, and so always think about a single player. Like in today's day, games that launch with like team-based multiplayer only are like, it's a huge risk factor. And like, we're really an MMO, but an MMO, people play them solo, right? So you can always have a solo experience. And so always think about what's the solo player experience, that someone can like not have to worry. You can always like I call it like thinking back in like early 2000s of development of games, where single player is the focus of the game and multiplayer is like the icing on top. And so
Yeah.
that can be online single player stuff. You can be in a world of, you know, multiplayer thing, but have single player things to do.
Yeah.
You know, just not. This is a team-based multiplayer game that requires, you know, matchmaking and all these other things in order to play it all. And so it's at least there's a lot of risk doing a you know, if you're going to make a Hearthstone, have that single player card game that you can do with it, you know.
Right.
Whatever it is.
Yeah. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna eat dinner and hang out with the family. Have a wonderful, wonderful time, Crisco.
Yeah, take care, Chris.
Take care tonight. Give your families hugs. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I definitely think like in general, one thing I mentioned in one of my streams before when people were talking about towns, I really like to use, regardless of the entire game, whatever it is, I really like to block out my game using just assets that I have or just assets that are a really good price, just to get a good feeling for something. Because blocking out in 3D world, meaning like with just squares, cubes, you know, like just normal blockout shapes, as great as that can feel, it still doesn't feel, you don't get the same feeling that I feel like when I block out with like a house that I might replace later. I don't, oh, where'd my cast go? Is it still on the ground? Ah, it's still on the ground. It's still on the ground. And so those are things that I like to block out first, just because I feel like I can get a good concept for how the architecture feels. What am I feeling? Am I getting the same ambiance? Am I getting the same emotion from this, you know, this town? Is it, say you want to like a spooky area, kind of like what you're going for, like a, you know, a zombie experience, having that experience, being able to have that in lighting, playing with the lighting, playing with some of the structures that you're using, you know, buildings or whatever, it can really give this effect. You'd be surprised how far you can get without having something created from scratch. Remember that the design is what should be focused on the most. So making sure that you get that message across, whether it be, like you mentioned, a story kind of concept, getting that kind of concept down. Guess what? Art can be iterated later, you know, when you have the funding or when you decide to figure out if this is even a necessary asset that you need to tell your story. Those things in general are going to make your life tremendously easier when doing so. I highly recommend that than I do going the other way around. I feel like just once again, games have been proven that you must do this in a certain process, like especially in school. But the other issue about that is that, once again, just remember they're preparing you for AAA. They're preparing you for having this massive team being sectioned off into different departments of the company. And as great as that is, it's not great for an indie experience. And currently, in order to get really hired from a company like that in general, they're going to want to see what you can build. They're going to want to see that already. And so I feel like if you can focus on the experience by not, you know, basically killing yourself in budget, and making your actual experience what you envision to come to life, that is going to be vital in your project
The
becoming real.
the great thing about the VR space right now is it still is like it really hasn't been figured out. I like to say it hasn't been figured out because there's a very small pool of like very successful VR games, and so like there's obviously Beat Saber, obviously job simulator stuff, but there still is a lot of like when the VR rush happened, well, it's like I don't know, maybe 2016 to 20, 2020 maybe. People were trying to take like PC games and put them on VR, and a lot of them just didn't feel good. A lot of them, like, they were not games built to that platform. And so I still feel like there's a lot of innovative space to be in VR games. And I never got to play uh, Half-Life Alyx or anything like that. I heard good things about it from a VR experience. Obviously, that's more AAA experience type thing, but look for small things in some of the bigger titles that you might be able to take as a reference. But then like use your indie kind of point of view to create something new and interesting. And so there's still a lot to there's still a lot to experiment with in terms of experiences.
Well, in
there.
gameplay, and so
Yeah.
that's why I think like putting in temporary components is going to be very helpful to you, even if they're not there forever. They're there to get your message across and feel it out. So I will have to say that's one thing that, in my opinion, is works out for you because you don't have to have all these things hired and done right away. That you can just start blocking them out and start feeling out what your story is, and really seeing if it's visually coming across, and if that asset or whatever is really essential to making your story come to life. Because you'd be surprised how many like there are available today. And I think that's the whole point of the assets there, is just because they're allowing you to get to share your experience and your design, and that's what's missing in our industry. Everybody is taking games that already exist and just honestly reskinning them, but they're not actually focusing on the game design themselves. They're just focusing on reskinning what already exists. So I think that's a pro for you. Okay, let's bring these up.
I don't know if you have ever considered it, but I'm not sure if you've heard of the platform Tilt 5. And Tilt 5 is kind of an AR kind of platform, AR VR type platform with like glasses. And I know they're always looking for newer experiences because they are kind of like a new gaming system kind of company. They're kind of like a Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation type thing. And they're still growing as a company. And it's like this, they have like some really cool tech, how the glasses project down and read from a specific map. And there's a lot of people trying to do interesting things there as well. And it's kind of like a holodeck type thing. Oh, Triple Jump Games, thank you for the raid. Hey, what's up? Thank you for the raid, guys. We are currently doing a big kind of like, we had a template level, obviously, when we first started this project. and now we're implementing some of our landscaping tools. And so you can see this is like the water system that Fortnite uses. So it actually sculpts up the land for you.
Go show with the
and
grass over the
even
fresco.
has some post-processing effects.
Go look at the grass over in that one section. You'll see it. It's pretty
And there's this part over here. The grass. Oh, I might be in the wrong level or something. It's not showing it right now.
It might be on my side then.
And then we have a river system, like the whole water system Unreal. It literally has a spline-based river. It literally controls the whole flow map. My audio is quiet. What? That's strange. Properties. Is that any better?
I am not sure. It seems the same to me. I don't hear you louder in my thing.
I wonder if that helps at all. I'm not sure.
Well, that kind of sounds like a little bit louder.
Hopefully. It's so strange. Like on my OBS, my audio input is hitting yellow.
Yeah.
So it's strange that it might be not coming through.
Oh.
I'm trying to do some audio magic. Hopefully that's better. But the Fortnite water system has all these splines you can do. It creates little lakes. You can have rivers that form. You can see this river going all the way up here. And they actually automatically join each other. And there's actual water flow. So you can put an actual water buoyancy thing, and it'll flow down. I'll probably put in some like little cute Easter egg things, like a rubber duck or something, that flows down and then like respawns up there or something like that. And so we increased our scale of our landscape. This is kind of like we wanted to have more hilly type level. So we're like looking at what's the min and max height of the level. And so when we did that, everything got mixed up, and we're kind of replacing everything. We have to level areas out to be able to fight again.
It's not bad.
Redo our quest stuff. Right now, it was actually fixing a bug for our health bars on our monsters, our enemies. But how did your stream go today?
Let's bring this up here.
I can't recall what exactly type of game you're making. What type of game are you making? all things fixed.
I have all the section that I forgot to pull up.
Oh yeah, all that stuff. Huh?
Oh yeah, and all of it, like the castle, everything. All of it got missed. All of it got missed.
Your name reminds me of good old Quake rocket jump maps, triple jump games. It's had so much time spent in Quake 1 custom maps, bouncing around everywhere.
Yeah, no joke. That's a cute name.
Alright, so what I was working on is a scalable monster system. And so I want to be able to, these green things placed everywhere are my spawners for AI. You can kind of see that they have like their patrols, and you can set different information on them. And I want to be dynamic, so when I spawn an enemy, I think we all know in MMOs, sometimes you'll fight a skeleton at level 1, and it's obviously super weak, but then you'll fight that same skeleton, 30 levels later, and it's strong, right? Like in some other zone. And so I want to have an efficient system to be able to do that, and just scale the monster stats based off some data table curves. And that'll allow you to, like, one, keeps your project really clean. You don't have like skeleton level 1, asset, skeleton level 2 asset, skeleton level 3 asset. So you just have a system that kind of pulls their stats from just set piece of data table. And so I've already implemented the health curve, and it kind of looks like, so I have 3 health curves right now: an archer, mage, and warrior. And the archer is kind of the medium, and so it's this type of thing where you can set the health for each level, and then it can just read that from this data table. And with that in mind, I can just go to the spawner, set custom level enabled, and then I can put this to like 10 to 15 to randomize what level it is. And when I hit play, it will actually spawn within that level range. And of course, as I was doing that, I had some other bugs that are not really bugs, but other systems that are kind of like running into each other. And so I had to make sure everything got lined up. Now, eventually, whenever you spawn something in like an MMO scenario, basically you want it to spawn but not show to your players until everything is set up, and basically it becomes immune if it somehow got hit, and doesn't aggro anything. And then after a second or two, when you could like self-diagnose it's up and running properly, you like fade it in for the client and start replicating it, type thing. And so that's what I'm doing here. So now it's level 12. You can attack it, and the health is all set properly. Replicate it to the client. And he's smashing my face. Now they are supposed to, I did implement some extra chance to miss and such for higher levels, which I should be missing a lot right now. For some reason I'm not. Which I have to check in on. Okay. Okay, so action element, physical, true. Let me see what this is. Rolling as. Oh, I think I'm not. Oh, I know what's wrong. -10. Level difference. I need to multiply the level difference. Oh, go here. And I think I need to multiply this by what are these values again? Alright, so it's 13, so it's a difference of 12, right? Difference of 12. Multiply by dot 0, 1? Or divide by 100. Sure, I'll take a cookie. Dot 1. So it's a 10, so it's -1. Now, did I make the archer auto attack? Go. It's physical. Maybe can they not block? Maybe I put that to where they can't block yet. Okay, parry enabled. Blocks enabled. Dodge is enabled. So this should be a high chance to miss. So minus dot 1, 2 seems right. No, it's wrong. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Hello, everyone. We are building a small MMO And right now I am just doing a few bug fixes. I am implementing a few health issues with my AI. Now I am making sure the AI has a chance. If their level is higher than the player has an increased chance to miss. And so we got the miss chance in. Chance is please 0.2. Okay. Dodge base 2. Alright, so let's crank up the level. And we do 50 to 50. There should be like a 50% chance to miss. Pretty much, as I start at level 1. Miss. Miss. Parry. Miss. Parry. Miss. Now he's missing me. That's not supposed to happen. Okay. Let me put this back to what I thought it was earlier.
Alright. See if anything else was left in here.
So once again, let's do both. Something's not being calculated right. Okay. If the action owner's level subtracted by the owner's level, the difference is 0, so there's no modifier. Action owner minus is greater than 0. So this is going to be advantage. And this is disadvantage.
what kind of MMO is it?
So
Yeah, you go ahead.
okay, so our MMO is a. So we do have a video that kind of goes over the grand scheme of it, linked below. But we are a classic fantasy tab target MMO, and you can kind of see our world over here. We're very focused on. Yeah, our inspiration is like I like how gameDEVbeauty put it. Like if WoW and EverQuest had a baby, it's like that's kind of like a goal we're having, and so we want it not
In 2025.
as slow as
In
not
2025.
as slow as ever, not as slow as EverQuest, and like lots of improved quality of life features from EverQuest. We have our daughter kind of running around the background, um, but then not quite as fast paced as WoW, and so we want to have that fine balance kind of there. And so right now we're revamping our world right now, so our landscape was kind of completely changed, and so a lot of stuff is a little bit broken. But let me show you a quick. Let me open up one of our current builds. And so the project itself started only about 2 months ago, but we've also created something called Vertical Third, which we started back in like 2018, 2019. And that is our game tech, or it's an actual game architecture that we've built for over like 5 to 7 years. And that includes all of our core systems. It includes combat, questing. This is how the world looked earlier. And so we have a lot of those kind of like old school classes, like tank, like maybe warrior. It's named tank right now, but warrior, mage, rogue, enchanter, healer, archer. We're very focused on crowd control and making sure that it's not going to be a like roll your face on the keyboard, push all your keybinds in the perfect rotation type game. We have a lot of heavy inspiration from I think like one of the amazing MMO like design studies right now is classic hardcore WoW. And of course we're not going to have an MMO that's like that punishable by like one life, one death. But it's the idea of like it's sort of like an easy game in some sense of like if you take mobs one at a time, you're careful of your surroundings. Like it's a relatively simple, easy game, but like shit can just go wrong. We want to have some sort of punishable, death kind of system, and that like makes people want to not die because there's a big enough penalty for that, and it also makes you want to group up with other people. And so that's kind of like where we're kind of leaning towards, and making sure that grouping up with other people is a center point, and being a social game on top of. But you can see like we have combat down. We have now our art style. Obviously, like we are using a lot of marketplace assets right now, but that's because we're extremely focused on just gameplay feel, getting everything to flow really well. We're actually preparing for in April. We want to have a basically play test, and we're preparing ourselves for that. So like we're getting some of the Vertical Third already had like 10 different quest types in, so we're putting in some of these now. We're putting in quest types just because like it's something we've already designed and had, but like we're not going to be again like WoW overdid quests where we want to have like some of that, but then we want to have other ways to play the game, and other ways try and be a little bit innovative with questing as well. So there's a lot of different aspects. Yeah. Yeah. So if you didn't hear her, like we're trying to, like the one thing I hate about MMOs is the fact that they kind of force their leveling method on you. Like, this is like in WoW, it's questing. Like, if you don't quest, you're kind of like slow. It's just kind of how it is. If you are the person that just wants to grind monsters, like, you're probably looking at double the leveling time, right? And we want to provide options for people to level the way they want to level. And that could be dungeon grinding. That could be just grinding on monsters. That could be potentially have some sort of crafting system that lets you level as well. You know, like, there's ideas of if maybe if you have to go herb stuff, right, but you're level 1, do you get like a stealth mode or a foraging mode where you can go run around those high levels and still get those resources and stuff like that? That we want to be innovative with how you level. And on top of that, we want the leveling experience to matter. Classic hardcore WoW does that really well, where you're not just off in a rush to hit max level. And so things like you might get a really good item at level 10, but maybe you have to upgrade it and level it up on your journey to 60 or journey to max level. And so if you just rushed off to max level, you might not get that item instead of going to that dungeon and camping that thing, you know? And so we really want to make that leveling process mean something. And like, it's like people can kind of think like, oh, I'm wasting my time by, you know, being a low level, so I need to go. I need to get the max level, and we really don't want to have that. So a lot of different things we're playing with. Also being a very social based game, we want to have. I might die here. We'll see. Maybe we'll get some lucky cards. We want to be able to really intertwine. We don't like how past MMO level design has kind of been, where it's like, you know, one zone's level 1 to 2 or something, 1 to 10 or something, and then that zone kind of gets forgotten about. We want to intertwine high levels and low levels together in order to actually have those different social structures kind of mingle with each other.
Yeah, I just feel like it's really about honing in on what was special about those games and what interactions felt really fun to play, but also was a great social interaction side of it. I know that seems far-fetched, but it's really not in the core loop of like how games were back then. It was just more that money was all about numbers, and money was also about growing. And for games, is how much do they grow? But in reality, it's kind of like then the people that started the game and had this idea for what they really wanted kind of got lost. Like their thoughts and their dreams for a game got lost. So I think what we're really trying to go for is this concept of EverQuest. There was no quests. That's why it was called EverQuest a lot of the time. And then World of Warcraft was just pages and pages of quests, and it just felt like overwhelming. And we kind of want to have a middle ground where a lot of Asian games like Final Fantasy XIV were just super grind heavy, just like EverQuest was grind heavy too. We want to have a middle ground between them because we're going to have moods that we change throughout the year and the day, depending on how our day in real life went. And so I just want to be able to find a place where they feel like they can really have fun playing a class and focusing on their kit as a class and their friendships that they make in those groups. And it's hard sometimes finding people if you don't already have people playing a game. I mean, I remember I used to have plenty of friends, but they didn't always play on the same server, or play the same game. Oh, thanks for the follow, Ice. I appreciate it. They didn't always have the same game. Like, I just felt like even his friends, like, none of them played the same game at the same time. Like, it was just like never ever the case. And so I feel like if you want to be able to meet other people that enjoy the same things that you do in games. Like that's something that needs to be a focus, and that's like where to go find those. And camps are a big one. Like back then, like it was all about having like Orc Camp 1 and Orc Camp 2 in EverQuest back in the day, and that was like really fun. And you got to meet people in your group that you normally never would have met. And so I guess that's what built friendships and connections. And ultimately, it's about escaping from real life, not from going into another drama fest. So if you can, limit it as much as possible. It's hard to when it comes to guilds and all that kind of stuff, but I do think like EverQuest did have a sense of people had to have their morals. People had to have a reputation because you couldn't just transfer to another server and change your name. You did have to actually, hey, I have to be like a decent person. I have to like try and not just be Leroy Jenkins when somebody's taking everything seriously, you know? We do want you to actually use your brain, have fun, like challenge yourself, but also relax. And so, I feel like by slowing the game down a bit in pace, that's going to help a lot for the cozy aspect, but it's not going to put you to sleep. And so we want to make, I'm ADHD, so I have a thing where if I don't have enough challenges in my brain sometimes, like I just fall asleep. Like I will just fall asleep in a game. And I notice that if I play a class and I'm falling asleep, we're doing something wrong. And we have to change it. And so basically that's my job a lot in this game is UX and design for it, because that was something I was super good at. In EQ was like 5th top cleric in the world. So I do have a really good concept for high level and also low level games. I just enjoy both sides of it, but I also don't think games should be a job. We have enough crap and side hustles to do as human races now. So let's try to bring games back into an era of just, having a good experience. So we're focused on design because we spent like over 7 years building all the tech and tools. So now it's just like, let's just focus on the design. And that's what I think is so exciting. I am so freaking excited for that because it's something we have been basically wanting to do for 7 years. So, yeah. Yeah, right?
Exactly. Yeah. No, we're so stoked with how far we've come, and we are coming out of last 2 years working for Epic Games on educational content for game development, game design, and Unreal Engine.
Yeah, just because we know the engine really well. They actually hired us based on our awards that we got from our technology that we mentioned. And so they hired us, and we did a couple things with them, and I'm sure we will do more. They plan to do more with us this year. But the biggest is for us is just we really wanted to focus on this game and not just always the corporate life. So we chose this instead. Passion. Big surprise, right? Alright, I'm trying to get this thing out of the world right now. I want to like rebuild these here, Chris. So I'm taking out some of the stuff here, but I'm not. Let's see. Yeah, I want to like build this up a little bit, and then.
Yeah, so I was just playing the Archer. Yeah, it was a lot of fun working with the education team over there. And
Yes, we did.
we did a major education project. It was the Epic Games Game Design Professional Certificate on Coursera.
It's a creditable course.
Yeah, and so it was a major course that was done over a year, and we handled courses for 5 through 8 out of the 8 course program. And so there's a little bit more info below on our links below, and we had a blast doing it. Like we've been there when it comes to learning Unreal, and it was a difficult journey when we started out. So we really took a long high quality kind of approach to trying to help get the next level of next wave of game developers up.
And on top of it, they actually we actually spoke at GDC last year too in 2024. That was pretty cool. We really enjoyed that. We got to speak on Epic's behalf, which was really cool at the summit, and it was just really fun. It was just really cool, and so yeah, we had a good time there. All right, I am trying to flatten this area. Yeah, that works. Yeah, we definitely know this engine pretty damn well.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about applying for a game programming job with Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, they're a great team. They're a great team.
Yeah, Unreal 5 too. Like I'd work out of Blueprint code. This is my preference. But a lot of companies do different things. A lot of companies use Blueprint more than sometimes it appears.
Yeah, they
just
definitely
because
do.
they're so fast to use. And in today's day,
Well, and it's
more about-
optimized too. Like there is this
Yeah.
there is this stereotypical, unfortunate thing that coders tend to think that it's not, but actually Epic Games has so much data to prove that that's not true. That it's actually incredibly well made and works great. So and optimized. So it's just there is this mentality, just stereotypical, I like to say it for the artist standpoints. Artists are always saying, oh, the best art program is Adobe Photoshop, when it's there's so many other freaking programs out there. And then somebody's like, oh no, it's not Adobe Photoshop, it's Clip Studio. No, it's Procreate. Everybody has their opinions, of course. But that doesn't mean one's not better than the other. Just whatever people are comfortable in, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just feel that is a very common thing when it comes to C++ and Blueprint. It's something we see quite often. We're that's not true, but okay. And it's I like that they're kind of going out of their way to go at the last Epic Fest, they actually talked a huge thing about that, how it's so untrue. It's complete. We need to take this hate. We need to bury it. This is not
very specific areas where Blueprint can be better. And so just always profile. That's the bottom line. Profile the game.
Totally.
Understand your bottleneck. And bad code logic is bad code logic.
Exactly.
C++ or Blueprint, right?
Yeah, you can be a C++ coder and be the worst logic thinker, and that is what's gonna kill you. And it seems that you're a programmer, so you probably very much understand that. It's so many times I've seen places where programmers come in, they were C++ coders, and then they're just who the hell wrote this? And it's a C++ coder, what the hell were they thinking? And it's the same type of code, just logic, man. It's all about logic. Yeah.
And I like to say that Blueprint's it's just another coding paradigm, right? And a lot of times coding paradigms will kind of handcuff your code for a good reason, right? And so I just died.
Haha. You died.
But by handcuffing yourself, it's making you stick to standards that are good for a group environment for code in. It's making your code more clean. It's potentially making it more optimized, not always necessarily, but
Logic.
it's And that's what kind of Blueprint does. It keeps it fast to work with. In today's day, it's AAA games are launching that are C++ that have horrible performance, right? So it's it's all about coding strategies.
Oh yeah, and that's everywhere.
So
Like that's so everywhere.
so for MMO backend, we are using right now we have a tech demo for Vertical Third, and
It's a
that
playable
is
one.
that is playable online. You can download it from the Epic Games Store. I'll get to your question in a second, Cobras. For our backend or for our tech demo, we use PlayFab right now. That is the backend for dedicated servers, and we're having a very kind of like traditional MMO environment where it's like this right here is going to be one zone. This zone's going to be a dedicated server, and then we're going to have layering like classic WoW does. And so that's just kind of like because how much more complex like an open world game goes and transferring a character from server to server gets. It's too much investment into technology that we want to do, and so we're kind of keeping the traditional way of like an EverQuest style that MMO would do it. And then we also will tap into Epic Online Services, which kind of gets us into like the Fortnite ecosystem from potentially anti-cheat, potentially friends list, and friends appearance things, all
And
that
just
stuff.
I wanted to mention this before we forgot. If you do have any questions on how to get on the Epic Game Store for like things, we actually don't know that. We got on there before you could pay to get on there because we've gotten that question a couple times. So I just wanted to mention we don't. They actually wanted us on there, so we didn't know that there was like a paid option. There wasn't a pay option at the time.
And going on to the next question, I know a little bit about. Depends what PCG you're talking about. I know generic, PCG strategies. I am not advanced in the current PCG system that was announced like a year or two ago. I know the typical strategies of PCG of like you go and kind of build in steps. You have like the easiest example is landscape stuff. Like you have your landscape layer that has maybe grass or dirt on it, and then wherever there's grass or dirt, you maybe spawn 3D grass, and occasionally like splice in some flowers and things. But unfortunately, I haven't dived into the PCG graph system. I do have. I'm not sure if you saw Chris Murphy did a dive on in one of
Yeah, he's
PCG
actually one of the
system,
guys we
Unreal Fest.
did our talk with at GDC when we were there. He was one of the speakers with us. He's a really cool mate because he's Australian, so I had to get that mate. He's a cool mate.
So if you look up a couple of these, I know there's a couple of these out there, but that's one of them. That's the PCG system there. I think this one's another one here. Is this the one I thought they built a fence or something? This is another one here. Yeah, those are like the first go-tos. I think those are very beginner oriented, but yeah, unfortunately, I can't help you on that one, Cobras. I'm sorry. I haven't had the need to deal with the in-depth PCG system just yet. Sorry, man. But yeah, I linked two resources from like a beginner standard. I don't know if those will help you out. But those are taught by an evangelist from Unreal or Epic Games rather.
Well, same difference.
Yeah.
you're saying this and you're funny because he doesn't like work on the Fortnite team. So like your first answer was more correct. He works on the Unreal Engine side, which also works with Fortnite because it's the same company. Hey, did you check this out? Because I thought you didn't.
I don't think so.
Because I'm supposed to be in the landscape, and it's not letting me. It's saying that you did it. So I think you might have like touched something by accident. I'm like, what?
Let me revert. Yeah, the iris verification system will be interesting. I haven't seen a new article talking about it too much. I know it's still in development. I know there is. I think it was supposed to be like an extending from the replication graph. You know, I was really hoping the replication graph was going to come through, but I guess when UE5 launched, they kind of scrapped that idea, and I guess they merged it into this new iris stuff coming through. You know, we're going to try and push a normal server, and like I've seen some of the live stream talks with Epic Games, and there's no like concrete data, and like it's really hard to say on when a server will start, you know, like crapping out, and so we're gonna push that as far as we can go. That's one of our kind of philosophies with Runes of Tearyn, and how Runes of Tearyn is actually going to improve vertical third, right? It's just kind of like the same thing as Epic Games. You know, they have Unreal Engine, they have Fortnite, and they both improve each other. And that's what we're doing with Runes of Tearyn and vertical third. So we want to be able to push a small dedicated server with Unreal as far as it can go. And we're going to come out with that data exactly of, you know, we have maybe a couple hundred AI, a couple hundred players, and this is how we're running. You know, this is how many cores it runs on in the cloud. This is our data from having different layers. And so these are some of the things that we're thinking about and what we're trying to do. And that's another reason why we're doing a strategic approach of small levels, more old school kind of server setup, and
but we're also doing it for the industry, is what he's trying to say. Is that we're doing it for we're doing it for also like indies, and we're doing it because the data needs to be out there, because there's no actual confirmation that it's not going to work, because we've actually tested up to 200 monsters and 50 people, and that's only because we had that access to us at the time, and this was like 5 years ago. So we already are, just our demo alone, our tech demo gets at least around, it's been through over 100 countries that people connect to, and we've had no latency issues, and this is like sometimes all at once. This one test we had, it was all at once. Everybody came in from all over the world, and they were playing a very high-paced game, and this was like a game jam. This is what's so funny, is that we did this on a game jam. We built a multiplayer game in 4 days online, and people from all over the world connected to it. And we obviously did tests afterhand as well. But the key is just that it's something that we have been testing throughout it, but we just want even more data to be able to like just get it in concrete, Boom, boom, here it is. Yep. Here's helpful tips.
Yep, and that's exactly.
And not pigeonhole it, basically.
And that's exactly why we have a playtest coming up in April. We want to really dig deep on the multiplayer capabilities and prepare for the future. So we want to push those limits in our playtests as soon as we can.
Yeah. So FYI, that's why we're doing what we're doing. Is just, it's important to our industry, and there's more and more studios coming out. that are smaller than AAA, and gotta be there for each other and help them out. So that's what we're doing, and it's something we've been focusing on for years now. So it's not like this is just coming out of nowhere. We really have been like that for a really long time, and so I think it's just because I guess we wanted to be there for ourselves if we could have been 10 years ago. So that's why we do it. Like, if we could do one thing for ourselves and go back 10 years ago, what would we do? And that'd be it. Is help out the small guy. Also remember, back in the day, there was a lot of games like MMOs that didn't have like multiple thousands of people in a freaking zone. I just want to make that comment. Like, it's never good to see so many people in one zone. I'm all for like these having 1,000-person fight, but like honestly, it becomes like Arctic Valley. Like, it was kind of awful too, you know. Like, it was kind of like everybody just AFK'd all the time. Like, it was terrible, you know.
Yeah.
There is
You
an
really want like
importance.
genuine social experiences
Yeah.
that mean something to you.
Yeah.
You know. And
And like,
there's other MMOs
even
out
like
there
New
that
World, like
are
you would go into the freaking PvP and it was like horrible. Like, nobody really tried. I mean, it was like this experience. Everybody just kept like potting all the time. It was just like an endless battle of just mindlessness. And I don't know. Like, it sucked because I really was hoping that was going to be a fun experience for me. And it just was not. I was just like, okay, one can barely shoot. Like, I'm hitting people, but they're just healing it out, you know. They're healing this out, they're extending this. Like, this is not happening.
yeah. I don't have any real desire to make a traditional PvP kind of mentality. It'll be some form of battleground that.
I mean, he does love freaking, if you want to, like, he loves League of Legends, so he does love
And
PvP.
this is my point.
My point is, you do love PvP. It's not that. It's just this, like, this part that you're about to say.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I want something that has competitive like fairness,
Yeah.
competitive integrity,
Yeah.
a lack of RNG because like RNG doesn't make it skill based, and so I don't want your I don't like the idea of like open PvPs. Just kind of feels very lame. People just get the high level gear and then go try and grief and one shot people. Whether that's in battlegrounds or an open world. So I want something that is more geared towards, you go around playing Runes of Tearyn in the PvE kind of atmosphere, and then PvP is its own kind of thing you can queue up for.
Yeah.
And there's so much to experiment with there. There's no like, we're not in any solid state for the PvP side of things. But
we are definitely thinking though, like, if we ever did like a PvP thing, it would be like when you join, like, you would have an actual gear that everybody can basically attach to, where you're not sitting there being like, oh wow, I just got faced against these people that literally spend their entire day arenaing, and I just got smashed, even though like I basically couldn't do anything. We don't really want that experience. We kind of want the experience of like even the odds, you know, like, make it to where if they're really good, prove it, you know, like, so you're going to be able to beat that with the same gear, the same weapons, but just different classes. Like, isn't it about being a good player, not just about like what up hand you have? And so that's what I feel like a good player is. That's kind of where I come from, like my EQ days of like loving that, is just because it really did make you, like, people noticed when you were a good player and when you weren't. Like, it was very obvious. Like, you could have a level, 60, 70 player, but you noticed a good one from a bad one. Like, it was very noticeable. And I feel like that's not something that was really kind of a strong part with some of the next MMOs, is that you kind of didn't really know. You just like, well, they just outgeared you. And so like they like made that their job, and that's great, but like some people didn't really get a chance to have that job. Doesn't mean that they aren't a good player because they maybe had experience from other games. Like your experience as a gamer does transfer. It's not like something that just you're great at this game, terrible at another one. Well, sure, you maybe aren't going to be pro level at that one yet because you haven't given it enough time, but your skills are transferable. 100%, they are. Like it's the same comment I used to make when it's just like a basketball player can be a rookie and they're amazing. They've got the speed, they got the agile, they got the dexterity, but it's all about the experience too, about their experience in that game. It's all of that. Sports is a big part of that, is about your experience. That's why so many great players do so well, is because their experience is what made them shine. And so that's like, where is that in games, in the competitive field? It's all about just how much can you, how fast of your reflex are, that's a big part. But that's not even like a chess game. That's not even how you play chess, for an example. And that's what all this originates from, is chess. And it's really a mental sport. So I guess that's my vendetta of like the fact of you should be able to feel a sense of transferable skills across games, but you are just going to need time to get better at them. Obviously, every game, you need to learn how you would play that class, how you would play that kit, all of those things. But I feel like they aren't really focused on that. They're kind of focused on the person that's spending 20 hours on the game, and it's a very specific person that can play a very specific way. Like even in League, I mean, gosh, you level up and you're just like the max, like even like the little support classes.
It's weird things
in like main, like pro level, and Spirit isn't like pro level, and their support classes are all maining like mids and ADCs. Like, that's not a good mental thought for being a support player. Do you honestly think an ADC thinks the same as like a freaking support? Like, you've got to be kidding me. There is no way that they share the same mental capacity of thinking about anything. It's like telling you that a mage thinks the same as a rogue. Like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, there's no way that's the case. Like, it's just like psychologically that's impossible. Like, they're just different people.
I even hate like,
hey Crisco,
I hate small things like critical strike, and like there's been a few like I think official league matches or LCS matches and stuff, and literally a lucky crit can win you the game, right? And Caitlyn can like two-shot someone, like crit, boom. Their support, their AD carry, whatever's gone, right? Where's the skill in that? There's no skill in that.
No.
That's just like through lucky crits. And if they didn't get crit, they would have survived. They would have been at the next team fight. They would have potentially stopped you from killing Baron. All these factors. So how do we make something that's way more fair in that aspect of things?
Yeah, no, we were just saying, like, in MMOs, like, Like, there's a different mindset that you have as a person to play a certain class and be really good at it. And we were talking about League where, here it is at pro level, their support players are not even originally support players. They are all like ADC, mids, or jungles. Like, that's what they reign at. But yet, they're suddenly support. And I'm just saying that it's really messed up because you're not even getting the person that would be the best at that actual class, their mindset, like psychological. Because you got to think about it as a psychiatrist mentality, right? Like, you're not going to put the same person that would normally be a team player that's all about the team instead of by themselves, like wanting the spotlight. You're not going to go and put a person that's in the spotlight as a medic. They're going to want to be front line. They want to decide what's happening, what's going on. There's just a totally different mindset. Like, even military uses that concept, right? Like, they use the concept of what type of soldier they are. Like, yet that's how our games are being built. Our games are built for like one mindset, one type of player. And like in PvP, so much like that. So many games are just like, how much gear did you decide to get? And like, there might be like a really great like support player, for an example, that has to climb with the right type of people because you can't climb as a support class. There's just it's just this concept of it's not showing if they're a good player or not. But you could tell back in like EQ and WoW, like what a good player kind of felt, at least classic. You could tell the difference between a good priest and a bad one. You could tell the difference between a good tank and a bad one. Like, everybody, you could tell what made that a good person. And to me, if you're gonna really make PvP a thing, you need to even the odds. Allow them to go in and have the same gear, have the same gear score. And that's up to them. Not what clickies do they farm, how much money do they spend on engineering because they decided to put gold into it. That's, once again, buying wins. That's not being a good player. And I hate to like throw that towards hardcore, but that is like what I hate about WoW hardcore. That is not determined if you're a good player or not by how much you pay for your clickies and your cheat sheets. That doesn't make you a good player. It just, once again, doesn't even the odds. It's just giving you the upper hand, which, once again, isn't about skill. So I'm all for that, but when people call it as like, oh, this is what real skill looks like, it's like, if you die because you lost connection, or you disconnected, or something stupid happened, like you got trained and you decided to go to the bathroom real quick while everybody else was still there, and they're like, don't worry, I got you. Like, you're that's not determining if you're a good player or not. That's all luck. That's luck, and honestly, buying it. It's bought. And that's, I'm just saying,
Again,
you couldn't
goes
buy
back
AAs
to,
back then. And those were ability points that like made you a more at least advanced player in EverQuest. That you couldn't buy them. You had to earn them. And so, just saying, it's how guilds were back then. They actually like really tested to see if you were a good player or not. What were your personalities? Yeah. It wasn't just like, hey, I'm gonna put my name on this bulletin board, and really in reality nobody's gonna really check it out because I have to have like an insider network to even get into this guild anyways. And that's what guilds have become. Not like, earn your spot.
Yeah.
Show them why you're good.
Again, it goes back to like, if you're good at your class, that should shine, right?
Yep.
Not your toys and gadgets. Toys and gadgets are fun.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't be like really determining your skill set as a person playing that class.
That's all my point. It's just that it's not, I'm not saying no to gadgets. I'm just saying that doesn't determine if you're a good player or not. It just means that you have gadgets. It's actually, there was this really great guilds in WoW that we got to talk to. And they talked about, it's not about being a good player. They said you're as good as your tech. You're good as your trinkets. And what that means is you're as good as your add-ons. And oh, by the way, as long as you have a good, coder to make some add-ons, you're winning. It's not about being a good player. It's about having technology win for you. Like, that's taking the game out, which I couldn't even believe. Like, it's not even a game anymore. Like, what is this? Like, what the hell is this? Like, this is, like, crazy. Like, why would people want to do that? Like, take out the game, just to basically fake being awesome? Like, why even matter? Like, isn't the game supposed to be fun? Aren't you supposed to be learning something, having a good time? Like, and then people go around acting like, well, I got here on my own. Well, did you? Or are you the guild with the programmer your guild has money, so they pay really good app developers to make your technology, so you guys do well in raids? And that's what was happening. So I just feel like that's pretty effed up. Like, that's not a game anymore. That's a business. That's like, it's a joke to me. Like, that's like such a cheese. Like, talk about, it's fake. It's like Facetune for games. Shoot. Good player is a good play. Class player, yeah. Know your role versus pay to win. Yeah, RNG can really screw things. It's about if you're good or what your class is, not about fashion show. Definitely. No, it's so true, Grisco. It's like, I don't know. I find that interesting. Like, I couldn't believe that that's what we got information for. We literally got that that's what guilds were doing. And wow, they were paying app developers to make better add-ons so that they could do well in raids and basically be looked upon as the best. It's just develop them, and they would never talk about it. It was behind the scenes. So they wouldn't be open about, oh, we use this thing. They would just say, oh, well, we want to make sure it looks like this, but we want to make sure it reacts like this. Like, that's crazy. I don't know, it just kind of reminds me of Fires of Heaven. They were just like total cheats. All of them were just like cheats. They never did anything on their own. Like, they were full of it. And they got this giant name for just basically being like, well,
douches.
Not even. They were fakes. They were just complete fakes. They cheated their whole way up there. And they made it out as if like they were the best. They just had the best people, the best everything. And it was reality. It was like they just cheated their way there. So it's happened in guilds, but it's just so sad that, like, to me, that's like PvP 101 now. It's like, how can we make sure that nobody actually has a real chance unless they spend 200 hours farming that gear and hoping that they actually find the people that also has the same initiative as them so they can get those weapons that nobody else can have. So then, in reality, you're never going to get those odds ever evened out. You're only as good as your gear, only good as your tech. That's not like really determining a good player or not. It's just fake. It's all fake. pretty. So then my tool gets here. I don't hate that shape. Trying to build a little level here. So let me just fix that. Alright, so now I'm gonna do this thing. Use the ramp. Fun question. There's the phase. There's the phase perfect and the enemy of good enough. How do you guys know if you've gotten the design perfect, or maybe you don't aim for perfect?
Yeah, I don't think we aim for perfect. I think we're just, you know, it's a staple in the games industry to just build something and iterate, and that's just what we're doing. We have a lot of our the benefit of vertical third, right? Like we've spent 5 to 7 years trying to reverse engineer gameplay systems that we've seen that exist, right? And of course, during that time, we're thinking about our own games, what we want to build in the future. And so we have a pretty good idea of where we're going. Again, like just a general direction of like somewhere between EverQuest and WoW, right? We know we're not going to be a Blade and Soul. We're not going to be a Black Desert. We know we're not going to be an Ashes of Creation. So, like, it's just as important to identify
At least type of
what
game.
you aren't.
Yeah.
Yeah, like their style of game and everything.
Yeah.
And so, it's just as important to identify what you aren't as it is what you are. And so that further narrows the kind of the direction you're going to go. And that's kind of the key with everything. And we have, like I said, we're getting our basics in, right? Like a lot of our classes just have, you know, 1 power abilities. We'll probably have a couple more by the time April comes along. And so, yeah, and so it's we want to have different tank styles, we want to have different roles, we want to have the concept of a sorry. We have concept of pullers and like what are different pull strategies. I had a hunter in WoW that really enjoyed different pull techniques from a hunter. But there's also monk pullers that can feign death. There's also rogues that can like modify how patrols work with like distract and stuff. And so we want to have crowd control enchanters. We want to be a very single target focused game with crowd control. And so as long as you're yeah, I had a hunter. I was a prot warrior in a vanilla, and then switched to a hunter in Burning Crusade, and then obviously after that I had a bunch of other stuff. But those are my main ones I enjoyed the most. But yeah, and so it's that type of thing of you go in a direction and you iterate. Like I said, gameDEVbeauty is really good about user experience design, and so we put things in and we kind of like review them. Like you kind of may have seen, we playtest extremely often to make sure we're going in a good direction, and making sure we get that game feel down.
I also have to say, like, I try to pride myself in the fact of using my neural spicy brain to create what I feel is a really nice user experience. Um, I have ADHD and dyslexia, so when I grew up, people told me all these things. Well, I realized I was really smart. Obviously, I'm in tech. School definitely demoralize you for sure. And then you go out into the real world and you start like building skills and you're like, wow, this like quirk that I had that everybody thought was stupid is actually incredibly useful in technology. So I guess for me, I always would take playing in games, and I can just have this crazy memory where I remember how I felt playing that game, what it felt to cast those spells, how it felt to be in like kind of like a oh shit moment, like when I had to deal with a lot of things going on at once. How did I feel when playing that game and um in that moment? And I do have to admit, like, it was something that was a rush for me of like, wow, this feeling that I got um from this like group or whatever, like, oh my god, that was a freaking crazy, oh my god, we just pretty much almost got smashed, we almost got killed, and it felt awesome, like it just felt amazing. And I guess that's kind of like the idea I'm pushing forward, is if I can try and do my best for recreating that feeling but in a modern way, um, and asking people like, hey, how are you feeling this? Do you get the same kind of you know urge here, like being play style? Like, I loved being able to be an enchanter sometimes and just like have this insane pull and be able to have like sometimes 6 to 8 freaking monsters in a camp, but I was able to control that. Like, just my memory remembered my pattern, remembered which one I mezzed first every single time. Like, all those things always came accountable for me. My attention to detail always helped me in games. Like, you know what I mean? So I guess I'm trying to use my neurospiciness to try to like be there for us neurospicies, because I feel like our entire gaming industry is neurospicy. Whether we like to admit it or not, we are very neurospicy. Our entire industry is filled with neurospicy in talented individuals. Like, in the gaming industry, that is all you find. We are a very popular group when it comes to games. Like, we are all there. And so I guess trying to use that kind of moral state in building this game and like asking people how they feel when they're playing these characters that we came up with. And so I think that's the key. I don't know why I'm doing this, because I have to use my tool, but I love molding these things. They're just so fun. They're like playing with kinetic sand, like it's so satisfying. So yeah, I'm gonna use my quirkiness and try and make a great game, just because I do have a lot of experience in those games at like very high levels.
We're also in a time, right, like that there are a lot of other indie MMOs that we know we don't want to be, right? And we don't want to be like as creating a game that's based on like an EverQuest. Like, we probably influence EverQuest more than WoW. And we see like Monsters and Memories being developed. We see Pantheon Rise of the Fallen be developed. We think there was like Embers Adrift that was being developed. Stars Reach is being developed right now by Raph Koster. We see a lot of those, and it's like, okay, like, we're in this era of MMOs that a lot of people are doing unique things that are not WoW clones. And we definitely want to be a part of that. We want to be something that feels unique, has unique systems and mechanics, like Ashes of Creation. So Pantheon, like, my heart goes out to them because they've had just development hell. I think they're going on 10 to 13 years or something. And it sucks. The game development industry, it just kind of sucks sometimes. I don't really agree with their direction for my personal taste. Like some people are playing it right now and they'll enjoy it. But it's early access. Like they've been plugging along, and
I will never spit on a developer. I just feel like there's this sense of they talk about how they're the true EQ, and I kind of just sometimes wonder if they were ever there, and if so, like what level did they get to, and how much experience do they have? Because there's things that they'll say that felt like they were one of those people that I flagged, that paid my guild money that I wouldn't go flagged. Like some of the comments they'd make, I was like, that's not what would happen then. Like we were a small niche group. Unfortunately, that game we had we felt like we had so many people around us, but dear God, that was we were a small niche group, and there wasn't a lot of us. And in our industry, it is very hard and rare to find somebody at the level that was at the level they say they were at.
But like,
So I love developers, and I will always have their
so
back. But that just felt like there was a couple of conversations they made about it, and I was like, that doesn't feel like EQ
yeah,
to me.
and like we feel like in today's day, like it's a bad experience to walk out somewhere, die, not have a map to know where you are, and just like
Once again,
okay, you lost all your progression, and you have to spend the next 4 hours trying to find your body at like level
once
6
again,
or
it
something.
it, it proves
Like-
no point to what I'm trying to say about skill level. That is not like EQ put maps in there almost instantly, as soon as they could. That had nothing to do with it at all. That was something that they weren't technically able to add for a long time. Just because they couldn't add them yet.
Yeah.
It wasn't because they didn't think they were necessary. So that's why they posted them all on the forums, people. Like they were all on the forums. We all had copies of them printed out in a notebook sitting on our desks. That's what was there.
So right now we're just talking about, our differences between our direction and what Pantheon
You
is.
sounded so Canadian there. That was adorable. Because he's Canadian, so I just wanted to mention that he is Canadian. I haven't heard him say about in a while, so that was like you really hit that about you hit it like you hit it.
So a little bit of the conversation has been like,
It's cute.
how do we know we're going to make something unique, right? And part of that was, well, we know what we don't want to be, and the more you kind of like say, okay, we don't want this, we don't want that. And someone asked about Pantheon, and like we said, like, respect the Pantheon devs.
Oh,
They
100%.
went through development hell right now. They even have when their founders pass away. Like that's shit sucks.
That's terrible.
And
I will always be for the developer. Like I know their struggles. I feel their struggles, and I understand. I just feel like I'm so used to my industry. I guess I'm used to my industry having some of these executives at them that there's this like small niche group that basically says that if you played in high-end EverQuest, you're kind of like pristine. And this isn't our industry, okay? This is not like for players. This is like our industry really feels this way, okay? So there's this thing, or there's some certain people that like to be like, oh yeah, I totally played. I was so big in that in general. But then they'll like the things they'll say, and of course like I had to hide mine when I was growing up because I was a girl. So I basically played a male character pretending to be that because well, I had 3 brothers, so I know how that went. And of course when I eventually like came out that who I was, like later on I got questioned, but that was obviously luckily after I had gotten like, I was running clerics, I was, finally got my 5th top cleric in the world. Like I didn't think it would blow up so bad, but it did. So I know now never to talk about that, but um, there's some comments that they do make that saying like having no maps is what really EQ was about. That was a load of bull because they had a hard time trying to implement that because back then they actually released all of those maps on their forums and we all printed them out and had them on a freaking binder on our desks because that was the only way that we could get to point A to point B quick enough when we're chasing for outdoor bosses against other guilds. So when I hear conversations like that from developers, I know I get this annoying sense of baloney. Like, you weren't there. You didn't play. You weren't one of us. You pretend to be. Because when you make a comment like that, that's not true. That wasn't what made EQ EQ. Not at all. We all had them printed out sitting on our desks. And so I am all for developers. Like 100%. I will freaking high five them and tell them like, you guys have it hard every single freaking time. But like when I make a comment like that, I think to myself, that's not true, guys. Like that's a load of bull. Like that didn't happen. That didn't happen. That didn't make EQ and hardcore. So when Pantheon says something like that, it makes me debate the fact of, were they even a player at all, or are they just banking on this market share? Like which one? Because then I have to point that way because it's not always the developer's fault. It's the people that decided to start the actual game in the first place, right? And that's people that usually have connections to funding, right? And so it just kind of bugged me a little bit that people go and say that's what real EQ is about. I'm like, that's a load of
No, no. We're not saying that. There's like, we're definitely not saying that. Again, don't ever think we're ragging on the Pantheon devs.
No, because I will be the first person to love developers regardless, but it does.
Yeah, I think we're commenting on some of the people in the community that were talking about some of these things, not the devs themselves.
I don't know, but that's what people are saying. People are saying that they don't have maps in their game because that's not what EverQuest was.
That's one of those things. Is as a system, that's like, again, these are the things that we disagree with from a game perspective, and having no maps in the game, we feel like that's a worse experience to have.
Well, it didn't make you a better player. It didn't make it hardcore. They just didn't know how to implement them at the time. So that's where I go and say, no.
Yeah. So it's, again, these are just design systems that we disagree with. It's our difference of opinion on what is good and what is bad game design. And so we don't agree with.
I just don't agree with that logic because it didn't happen. But I also still want them to succeed regardless. Like, it has nothing to do with ever being at war with anything, but it's this mentality of like, it was a load of crap. Like it wasn't even a true statement. And so,
again, like there's many of those things, right? Like there's the lack of like night vision. We don't like, no one, like, I'm sorry, I don't care about like night vision. I think it's very frustrating to, and this is like, maybe I'm biased. I was like, my main character I eventually got was a barbarian shaman. So for, I had to use a spell to always see at night, and it was always very frustrating. I couldn't see anything. I don't agree that's a good game mechanic to have. Maybe in a horror game, maybe in Dark and Darker, maybe it like applies there, but not in like an MMO.
So
corpse runs, like there's no like good mechanic there. Like the system of the topic on that category is like, what is your death system, right? And traditionally it's been very bland. You die,
have pretty
you go back
dreams,
to spawn point.
Crisco. On the effect of just like Unreal Fest, Orlando, we may go. I'm not sure. It depends on how much work we get done on this game. we are trying to put our heads down with it, but we'll see because that isn't usually till October. Um, and they are the type that they usually don't do a lot of their talk. At least they don't usually plan their talks a year out. Um, Usually we're getting like emails about them, um, like maybe 6 months before the event, saying, "Oh, want to
Yeah.
submit your talk?" So you know what I mean. So it really depends. We do have 3 kids, so sometimes that can be really hard because I gotta get my mom to fly in here and watch my kids, to do so. So it does depend on those 2 factors. Because we have a special needs kiddo, and
Which you can hear in the background.
which you can literally hear in the background. She is having a blast. But that's one thing that sometimes why we didn't even get to go to this last Epic Fest, which really was unfortunate because we couldn't find anybody to watch the kids. So it was kind of like this mentality of like, ugh, that's okay. We'll figure it out. And because they asked us to come, so we just didn't go.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what type of networking stack stuff comes around. Anything that's performance boosting for that. Like I'm frustrated that dormancy is like kind of broken in Blueprint, so I was really looking forward to that. It's like dormancy is there. You can change the options, but when you go and try and actually make things dormant or not dormant in Blueprint, it like doesn't work. I haven't tried it in a few versions, so maybe they got it working eventually. But again, I was hoping for the replication graph to come through, and anything like that would be really cool to see improved. I know some people talk about the custom player or movement controller or whatever. Potentially be interesting on how they're going to revamp. Because some people talk about how like movement replication can be improved a lot. So like potential more options there could be interesting. But yeah, anything that improved Dark's performance is always good. Yeah, Mover 2.0. And it'll definitely be interesting. I keep losing track of what I'm trying to do. Yeah, my targeting stuff is a little wonky right now. Let me turn these on. Tiffany, turn it down. But yeah, so just more talk on the topic of like, there's a lot of things we don't really agree with in game design, right? And that's why we're creating our own thing, because it's our perspective on what will make the next great MMO. And so, there's like I said, there's the corpse runs. I don't think anyone wants to do a 3-hour corpse run or corpse retrieval. We do want to make death punishable, but just really think about new ways to do that. And so there's going to be some thinking. I've already have a few ideas on how we're going to try and do things like that, but that's still kind of up in the air. Generally speaking, quality of life features are good, and we would want to bring a lot of the EverQuest experience to have much more modernized quality of life features. A big topic on that is support classes. I use the example of if a support class gives you like a buff that makes you proc something, the support class character should be able to see your procs doing damage, and that's a UX experience. It's like, okay, I put this buff on people, I don't know what it's really doing, so I feel like I'm not doing anything. Whereas if you see the damage popping up every time something procs, like you're sitting there meditating, but you're like, I see all these damage numbers going, I'm a boss, you know, I'm badass. And so there's a lot of UX experiences for support classes that we really wanted to improve, and that's like quality of life stuff. Again, on the reverse side, right, like WoW sometimes can be way too fast. It's like going through a fast food MMO experience sometimes, and we want to slow that side down. So it's not just like we have problems with the EverQuest experience, we have problems with the WoW experience too. And so that game is like you're kind of made to just wipe and restart, wipe and restart, wipe and restart. We don't want that mentality in some ways, and you want to be much more methodical and strategic. And then obviously more social too. And like WoW's kind of become this non-social thing, without like, somewhat excluding hardcore classic WoW, because that's actually has been driving people to be more social, because like no one wants to die. So to be overconfident and over successful, you group up with others, even during the leveling process. And WoW has been known that you basically solo from 1 to 60, unless you're doing a dungeon. And now people are grouping just for like questing content. So it's like that's a really good design experience to take a look at. And then there's like been one-off situations too that are like just funny social experiences. Like New World had elite chess runs for those who played those, and you have a swarm of like 50 to 200 people running around skipping monsters and looting chests, and that became an active, you know, activity to do with everyone. And it's like, what could you do to make that an actual game mechanic that people do? Like dodgeball, but you loot chests or something. Like there are monsters, you know, running after people and doing these things. And so there's like all these weird experiences that have happened in these MMOs that made something fun socially. How do we make that a real system, you know? And so yeah, like stemming off the whole Pantheon talk is just like we have our own opinion on like what makes a great MMO, and so there's a lot of things we disagree with Pantheon and like Monsters and Memories and World of Warcraft and all these different games, and that's why we're building our own, right? We wouldn't, if we felt like they were good, we'd just go play their game. Wouldn't have to worry about building our own. Yeah, that's the point. Like we want more out of the. Hey, it's blockout. Like it's never wasted. Never wasted. when you get there, we'll be faster at what we're thinking about.
Dang it, my stupid thing was off. I was just saying EQ was WoW players, people that were making WoW back in the day, original. They all came from EQ. They all played from EQ. And the one thing we all can share when it comes to it was the death penalty in EQ was horrible. It was absolutely horrific. I mean, when you died, you had to keep gear in the bank just so you could run back to your corpse, which you had to get an invis spell for, which not everybody had those. And some were invis undead. Some were C invis anyways. Some were kill on sight. So you had to get like a bard that could like brace you through that. You had to know that zone at the back of your hand. And that's why studying those maps were all about it back then. Eventually, of course, they had the invisible map that they had in that overlay, which was incredibly vital because zones were huge and monsters weren't nice. So that's why I say like maps were a core part of that game, because death was a horrible situation. Sometimes you died in the middle of the ocean because a shark killed you, and you had to either one, get a necromancer with a coffin that could summon your corpse to them, which you had to basically escort this necromancer to this zone if he's willing. And on top of it, you're probably getting like having to pay him like 100 to 500 platinum just to do that. Let alone being able to then hope that he reses you, which is going to be another cost. You know, like let alone, oh hey, maybe it's a cleric, they'll come along too. You have to pay for them to come along and come and give you a 96% res back because you lost an insane amount of experience. Some places had a level cap on that zone. So for an example, when you were in raids and that cap was like 63 and you guys died a lot from trying to kill this boss in a raid and you went below that level, even if a cleric resed you, which they only have a 96% res, Necro's got a max like 93, right? And that didn't ding you, your shit was in that zone and you weren't. Like, you had to go get your gear from the bank and you needed to camp your ass as quick as possible, and you needed to wait till people were able to come and level with you and get you that level again. Like, it was a hardcore penalty. It was never something I think that we should have to repeat. But I guess what I'm trying to say is like there was a reason for maps back then too, but WoW made their entire game about taking that out. They wanted you to die as much as possible because that was a nuisance, and it was. They were 100% right about it. It was a very stupid mechanic. Like nobody's got the time for that, you know. So that was, as cool as that is, they also made the entire game about dying. So die as much as you want, no problem. Just go right back into the instance. Or, oh hey, we're in raids. Just, just go out of combat. We're going to make it short range. EverQuest, you had to zone out of something to get things off of you. If something aggroed you, that was it. Unless you were a monk. That was it. If you were a monk or a Shadow Knight that had Faint Death, no. They never forgot you. And so you had to zone that out. And even monks still would zone out on certain occasions just because something could still hold some kind of hate towards them. And so it all depends on if, the game glitched out or something like that, right? And so there was a point to having a long extension because you could kite things, you could have fun and do something totally outside the box and not, do the practical mentality. But WoW, when you pull something, it doesn't usually tend to go on others. And that's because, once again, EQ, you trained everybody. There was like a total common thing. You would do OOC and say, choo choo choo, train coming, incoming to the west gate, or left side, right side. We even had like specific parts and zones that if you brought your train to the wrong part of the zone, you got like, people hated you for that. You got massive hate because you didn't zone on the right side of the map. I mean, it was very extra. And so I do understand their point by not having long train extension and being able to reset your monsters and stuff quicker. I totally understand all this stuff. It also lost the mentality of teaching players to not be Leroy Jenkins, to not just pull because they didn't listen. Like it did lose that. It did lose that mentality of feeling like you were in a group full of people that actually wanted to try to do well. And so that's the one thing that WoW kind of removed a bit, was that people lost the importance to why we shouldn't die and why we should pay attention. And so, because raids were even worse. Raids were by far worse. And so the penalty was horrific. And so it's just, I want to kind of have a combination of those two and not just the extremes of both. And so I feel like both sides had their problems and both sides had their pros. And so if we can meet in the middle to where we feel comfortable and like the, effort that we're putting in, but we're also not having to make it our second day job, I feel like we're gonna reach a really nice, beautiful, peaceful middle. And so that's kind of like the goal, for example.
Yeah, no, I think we're really on track to go somewhere unique. Again, one of our systems already is. Oh, and thank you for the comment about liking the environment, by the way. Again, we just made this big change of changing the height scale, and it raised our max height and max depth up, so we can really have this like really hilly, mountainous environment. So now we have to kind of like go through and carve a lot of it out again.
Yeah, we were working on water, and this is kind of like how the water's going to look with the actual grass, which is going to be awesome. So that's how, like, there's going to be some little particles around. The grass is gonna be nice. It's gonna be pretty cool. That's what we're working on right now. But I'm trying to like fix things that were just raised, and as you can see, there's like some floating rocks, and I've got to fix them. Got to fix them. Okay.
And I am trying to fix this targeting bug at the moment.
Dope.
I fixed our level health bug thing, and I got implemented the level difference penalties. The strange thing is,
We'll put this in our water system once it's there. I'm just gonna fill it up till then. There's a marker here that I have as like kind of like a rough sketch of where the water goes. And then once we put our water tool in there, we have part of the water tool. We have to work with the water tool kind of like off stream, because when you work with these tools, some of them don't have like a oops, let me undo that. So we don't want OBS to just like sit there and like, you know, decide to destroy our map.
yeah, it's very weird. The some of the Fortnite landscaping tools, they're very performance heavy.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy how
To use them.
heavy they are.
To use them.
Yeah, to use them. Obviously, editor performance when you're working on a game in Unreal is like insanely slower than when you have a fully packaged client. And so when you place the water in the world, and as it cuts it out from the landscape, it just seems to take a ton of resources.
Yeah.
And is prone to crashing as well. And so we're already obviously running Unreal itself. We are streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. We don't want to.
I don't want to break my computer at any point. And also, I just don't want the project to get messed up, because
yeah, exactly.
What we were experiencing is that if something glitched out because of like lag or whatever, you can't undo you can't undo anything. So we need to make sure that that's not going to be something that we're struggling with, we're having a problem with at all. So we just don't want anything to not be able to. It's like erasing something you can't undo. Basically, yeah, that's it. It's erasing something you can't undo, which is never fun. Just carving out some of these like fundamental levels, and then I think it'll feel like a nice flow. So I want you to feel like you are traveling up. Ooh, my dog is like
Always smelling the bacon.
He is like literally trying to get to whatever it is. He doesn't care what it is. He's like, I'm gonna try to jump on this counter. He's a golden doodle, and I swear this dog he's got retriever in him, and like I swear he is a golden retriever like throughout. Which they are retrievers for themselves, of course. But they are not they don't like to give back, I guess. Whatever they find back. They like to keep it for themselves and say, I'm gonna keep this now. You're gonna have to chase me for it. Anything else? Like he literally goes and grabs all of our shoes and he like hides so that he's like, uh-oh, look what I got. He waits till you like see him too. Like he'll hold it in his mouth and then just like wait for you to see him have the shoe in his mouth. He's like, oh no, what do I have here? I'm sorry, are you needing this shoe? Guess you better come catch me. You know, that's him. Dogs are freaking hilarious. Sugar. Come on. Get down. Jeez. Come on. Oh, he's such a goof. You're a goofball. Oh, in your ear? Okay. Alright. I need to get a player over here at some point. But I want to quickly...
Ow, dog.
I know, he wants...
What?
It's like,
What is
please,
it?
I want love. Give it here.
What is it? Hmm? Ow, 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 ow. Fine, I'll take you out.
It's like, yo, stop working. Yeah, that's dogs for you. I love watching those like hilarious videos of like dogs literally like closing people's computers when they're going to work. It's so funny. Have you ever seen like the cats and dogs like literally just like sitting on the computer as soon as they open it up? They're like, or the keyboard, they're like, oh, I'm sorry. This is my new napping spot. Did you need to use that? Okay. I do want to... flatten this a little bit. I like being able to see like the ground carved out, like the walls and stuff. That was nice. Yeah, it's like immersive for sure. So what is everybody up to? Like, is anybody watching like a new show? I know I probably mentioned this, but Ted Lasso, such a good show. Oh my god. I'm like watching it again. I love it so much. we should start doing selections on this here. He's got wrong up here. The wind's been strong all day. It's been crazy. That's why poor Southern California is getting hit so bad. The winds. More came in and like tearing it up again. It's terrible. Several people like died. Awful. Some are saying I think it's like elderly that were like stuck in the house or something. That's what my mom told me. I don't know. Yeah, definitely horrible. Those Santa Ana winds that were like apparently like pulling all the fire. Dog is coughing. The stacking rocks. Let's see. Let's get rid of these for now. I like to place boulders differently. Yeah, sure. I think I might level this out of it. Oh, there's the dog. Does he want to go out or? Okay. Trying to decide if I like this. I kind of do, but I'm wondering if I might like it better over here. I don't know. Excuse me. Ooh, that scared me. Oh my gosh. That scared me so much. It was like a squeal and it scared the crap out of me. Oh my god. Ooh. My heart just like flew. Flew out of my seat. Let's see. Excuse me. Oh, thank you. Just putting this over here to fill out what I not sure. Sugar's like, why? Sugar's like, why not? I know he's hiding from you. Yeah. I know he's hiding from you. I see it. This dog like loves to hide from us. And he has something he shouldn't. It's hilarious. Just like fun like that. I know he has 3 or 4 shoes. I told you he like just takes them. Yeah, he just takes all the shoes. He's a funny guy. god. Uh-oh. I know, he's hiding because he doesn't want you to leash him up. So we put him on this leash by us, just so he doesn't wander, because, you know, dogs love to do that. But no, he hides. He knows better. He knows Dad's not gonna go chase him. He's like, ugh, whatever. Alright, Chris.
Pretty much.
Yeah. He knows better. He knows better. He's like, oh, he won't chase me. No way. He won't. It'll be totally fine. Alright guys, what do you think about Ted Lasso? Show? It's a freaking good show, right? What do you like about it the most? Ted? Yeah, he's such a good guy. I love that actor in general. He's great. Excuse me. Oh, it's looking cute. It's very cute. It's so cute. It's so cute. Alright. So I'm thinking, obviously, maybe it's a couple debatable thoughts. Should just let my brain try to create something. I wanted to show you one thing I really liked. I wanted to show you one thing I really liked so far.
What's up?
Is he still out?
Yeah, he's still out.
Okay. I do like cuts like this into the wall.
Oh, that's nice, yeah.
I like how they feel when you walk past them, because I can obviously like paint them, right? But I like that mentality, so I'm thinking about making some cuts in there to like actually like
Yeah,
travel
that'd be cool.
through. You know the terrain?
Yeah, that'd be very cool.
Kind of mentality. I did fill this up too, by the way. I made a more like gradual flow here.
Okay.
For the water distribution.
Yeah, that's looking good.
I like the more like step down approach. Probably gonna do that somewhere around here too. sugar. Come here. Come here. Oh my gosh. Come here. Stop. Come here, Siggy. Come here. Come over here, you goofball. Come away, Mom. Here's my foot. You can have it. He like has to lay like by somebody's leg. Otherwise he's just like not cool with it. Like, I must be entwined with you. Oh, sure. There, he literally like he like chucks my hand.
That's what he was doing just now.
Yeah, he just like chucks my hand because he's like, I didn't say stop.
Like that.
He's like, here, take my claws in your arm. You feel great. Right, Chris?
Yep. Have to check on Tifa. Alright, so there's something in my UI right now that is messing things up. And I'm trying to think of what it could possibly be. later.
What?
Can't target self. Alright, I'm going to do a couple quick things. Hopefully I still am unmuted. Unmuted there. Unmuted there. By all means, if anyone has any questions, whether it's about Tearyn or Unreal, please let us know. Let me just do a couple more things, and then we'll probably be heading out here. But on my list here, I have some make nothingness weapons. So I will quickly do that. So we have our T1. Let's go to weapons. Okay. So bow. We're gonna rename this to T1. Check out. Duplicate it for T0. Oh, right. Unfortunately, Unreal's naming schemes make it hard to rename like that. So I'm gonna just leave it titled weird. I'm gonna make it common. Make this one uncommon. Oh, we got a raid?
No, the first
Follow.
time chat.
Follow.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, it's a raid. A party of 13. Like,
Oh,
thank you
that's
so much.
Nice.
Well, thank you so much for the raid, fellow MMO developer.
Yay.
Why don't we just...
MMO. Yeah. Oh, so I thought I should mention a little bit about this. So we are Unreal Engine developers, been Unreal Engine developers for like 10 years, and so, well, 10 plus years, but we oh, you want me to start? Do you want me to load in?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. We're gonna go into a little like build here. This one?
Yep.
It's obviously an old model. We're currently like completely changed it. So like the visuals. So I apologize, which you saw right there. Oh, I gotta connect to server. Sorry. Basically we've just been Unreal Engine developers for a long time. We actually worked for Epic Games for 2 years. We made a big course because we got 2 big awards for our tech, and we worked on our tech being basically all of this. So let me just explain this. So statistics, your entire statistics of like what your armor would be looting at, or any kind of resists or cripples of any sort. We have 10 different types of quest designs. So that obviously means like escort quests, complete like collect quests, or delivery quests, or kill quests. You know, that kind of that kind of measuring of quests. And then we also have crafting sides of things. I'm not sure if he's showing your statistics, but he should be showing these statistics up here.
Got statistics, and then
thanks for the follow, Evan.
thank you for the follow. We got our questing system, we got crafting and everything like this. So,
Yeah, and we have talent trees, and we have action combat. We have an entire like combat system, and so right here, I'm just gonna select an enchanter because it's like my favorite class. And right now we just basically can choose whatever mesh we have for now. It's just kind of like temporary. And we have been basically building this entire tech for over 5+ years. It's been now like 7. And so, yeah, these are just like quests. Like, we're just showing that we can make types of quests in here. We have a couple funny ones.
The group invite.
Oh, sorry. And we have group invites in here. These are things like, I know it seems crazy because it's the 2 of us, right? I know it seems crazy. But I swear, we've been building this for a long time. So now we're finally putting a skin to it. An actual visual idea and like a real like game that we want to make. So that's basically the drill of that. Like, we are huge in MMOs. Oh, did you just die? Oh, I swear I thought that was you. Oh my god. I swear that was him for a second. I actually.
So this is right here. Right here, we're just experimenting some with some foliage stuff. So ignore like this part here. It's a system that allows you to like have the grass and stuff blow in the wind, and it's supposed to move as you walk through it and stuff. But I'm having a few bugs with it.
This is an old one too.
Yeah.
As you saw,
And,
like I was in a
just
totally
like
different
you're
world there.
If we go to the current editor, we're actually rebuilding the landscape and like kind of molding it and integrating some of the water systems.
Yeah, I think it's.
These are like some of the same systems they use in Fortnite and things like that. So it
I'm-
allows you to have like a river that kind of.
So
like,
he
runs
basically
through
broke
everything.
this one. It's hilarious. He broke this mold, and that's why we're putting in all our art tools, which he's showing you on the actual engine side, because we didn't get to bring in our water tools yet. And so then he decided to unclick, like making everything level 1 and doesn't attack anybody. He put on like basically like chill mode. So we haven't built yet because we're like, let's just put these like art tools in first, and then we'll go and build. And that's what he's been doing.
Exactly. And so we're just starting to put into some content. So we got like a collect the burbs quest right here.
Oh, you get that.
Collect the burbs. But because of all we have all our tools kind of in place. Now we're like just really working on content. And so our kind of philosophy is like if WoW and EverQuest had a baby type thing. So
in a modern in 2025.
Yeah, so like EverQuest is like we feel like there's a lot of good from it, but it is dated.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of issues with it. And so we want to see some quality of life updates.
I love that your name is Evan MMO. I did follow you, by the way. I love that your name is an MMO. Please tell me what you were doing on your stream, because that sounds awesome.
And so we want to see a lot of those kind of EverQuest mechanics. You can tell like our combat's a little slower paced, but we really want to have a lot of like skill set come from game knowledge and environmental awareness. And your strategies as a group. You know, are you going to be a cutting group? Or
my favorite is just trying to bring out some crowd control. I played EQ, was like a huge EQ player and WoW player, but I loved the enchanter class because it was all about like basically mesmerizing. And so if you would get like a huge train, it was all about the enchanter being able to control this insane amount of monsters all at the same time. And that was just so freaking fun. Oh my god, no way. That's an old. That's an old. We actually got heard about that like recently. Wizard 101 today.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
had someone. He was one of our students.
Yeah, it's
Talk
one of
about
on.
that
Yeah.
they grew up playing Wizard 101,
Yeah.
and for whatever reason, it totally went under our radar.
Yeah,
I
we didn't
have
ever
not
see
heard of
it.
it until
Yeah.
a few days ago.
Yeah. So, like we mentioned, we Epic Games had hired us to because of our tech, hired us to actually basically create an entire course, a creditable one, through Coursera. And so we do seasons. Oh, I'm sorry. You can pick whichever. I'll just I'll memory wipe it if I can. Yeah. And so we actually, a couple of our students were like, "Hey, like this is the wizard," because they saw our post and they were like, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing! Like, yes, I can't wait to like play Roots of Tearyn," because I didn't even know we were making it. But they had like basically our thing had launched like not even 3 months ago for the course, and so it's pretty new. We're like courses 5, 6, 7, and 8, and we basically teach developers how to. Oh, I'm about to die because this thing is like killing me. I'm gonna stun it.
No, I can't get it.
I got it. I just need to make sure that it doesn't come back.
Gotta pull back.
I know I'm memory wiping him as much as I can. Ah! He hates me.
Unfortunately, some of my threat stuff was broken in this build.
Yeah, I can tell. Oh god, I'm gonna die from this mage. No, I'm gonna die from this mage. No. Oh my god, no, my god, I lived.
Oh, we got it.
Wait, don't.
I'm not.
Yeah, we do have a link to the course. It's right at the bottom of our page. It's Coursera, and it's a full-out creditable course. We don't get like any kind of extra amount for that course. We just basically did it out of the kindness of our hearts, and obviously like Epic paid for us, and that's enough for us. We didn't take any like extra compensation, just so you know. It's not like a ad or anything, but we wanted to do it for the industry. So we teach you how to basically build 6 different types of game types. So like it was like storytelling game, puzzle games, it was like first person shooter games and that kind of stuff. And so we teach you how to make all those different types of games so that you can mix and match and try to decide what genre you want to actually create. And so we just teach them how to make all of those things from start to finish. And then they get like portfolio pieces, which is really cool. And we didn't really see anything out there that actually was about teaching developers how to build from start to finish, you know, like an entire prototype. And so like a vertical slice, like a real vertical slice. Yeah, that's like a little sample of what it is. But yeah, that's basically the idea. And so we finally were like, hey, we're looking at some of our old videos, and I'm like, hey, is it time? Like, can we finally like take our tech that we've been working so hard on it and make the game like we've always wanted to make? Like, can we go do it? And he's like, screw it, let's do it. So
yeah,
here we are, we're doing it, and it's like a for sure thing. So we're just very excited about it.
We only launched like or like more public about it like 5 or 6 days ago. We announced our first little video that's also linked there.
Not very long ago.
So we're just kind of going out of the board here, and we like I said, we have so much of our tools already in place. Not only do we have our own game architecture, but we also have a lot of our designer tools.
Yeah.
So now we're just really integrating our content at this point.
But see, normally all these are different levels and they attack you. They have like actual radius for aggro, but he turned it all off and like decided to ship and build by accident.
Yeah, something broke it. I don't know what, but
so I got a question.
The level system.
Do you know when the 5.5 update will drop on Fab? So you can tell him why we don't do those right away.
Yeah, so for one, vertical thirds due for 1.3 update for a while now. But we want to, like, part of what Ruins of Tearyn. Oh yeah, you probably heard me say this already, Square Peg, but we are taking everything that improves Ruins of Tearyn, we're going to put into Vertical Third, and from there we're going to have a really big update for Vertical Third. And so we're just trying to get, um, we want to have that kind of like really big update that just makes a lot of changes from a polish perspective, from potentially a few extra features perspective. And so we're waiting until we get a little bit further in development of Tearyn, just so we have that extra bit of firsthand experience of using it for something like an MMO.
We also like
And
to wait till they go through a couple patches because sometimes, unfortunately, Unreal Engine can break when they bring out a new one. So sometimes, right, for this one, because it's on basically using Ruins of Tearyn, we want to make sure nothing's broken.
yeah, and so
it's very common in Unreal Engine.
I already have a few key updates I really want for Tearyn. Meaning like for Vertical Third that I've found from Tearyn. So part of its features, part of its bug fixes, part of its polish. So it is going to take me a little bit more time, and unfortunately, like I said, we were really swamped all of last year. Really, probably close
doing
to
that
2
curriculum.
years doing these educational courses.
Yeah,
so.
The curriculum was literally 100 videos. It's 100 videos over 26 hours of over 26 hours of content and like 51 hours of student content. It's like insanely big. It's like a huge curriculum. Yeah. It's not like a tutorial, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, understandable. I have noticed that the multiple plugin in 5.1 broken something. Yeah, exactly. So we kind of like don't.
This is some of the times the frustrating thing as a tool creator.
Yeah.
Like Unreal has they've made some significant changes for like what gets I always forget the term for what's get not relegated, but it's like no longer the main way of doing it. And part of that was
thank you so much for the follows, guys. I got Timika and Kathleen. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Yeah, we got Evan MMO, Frulu, and Catlerena. Catlerena.
Got it. Okay, good. We don't want to butcher that. I don't want to butcher these.
So thank you for all the follows.
Thank you so much.
And again, thank you so much for the raid.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, so we have a very simplified approach to an MMO. Like we're not overcomplicated, right? Like we want to make it the so-called keep it simple but interesting and very full of content. That's one thing.
Oh my god, I'm so glad you're
going to have.
Thing isn't on. This would all aggro on the normal build.
Yeah.
He just by accident made it not aggro,
yeah.
Which is
fun. And so
it'd be harder too. It'd be
we're really trying to keep it's an older school sort of approach to. I mean, it's not really not that old school. Still places do it today, but we're zone focused. So every level will be its own server. We will likely do layering, like World of Warcraft Classic right now.
Sorry.
And we're gonna push the limits of how many people and AI you can have on a server for Unreal Engine, and consistently stress test how many players we can get on a server. We're hoping to push it to a couple hundred with a couple hundred AI.
Oh, thank you so much about the visuals. I really been pushing them as much as we actually made a huge update today, and we even actually are starting to bring in some more cool water, which is really neat. It's gonna be beautiful. I'm not sure if you see that on my screen, but this is all super optimized. It's pretty awesome. His name's Chris Murphy, and we actually talked. So Epic asked us to do a big presentation, a talk at GDC in 2024, and we got to actually meet obviously Chris Murphy. He was awesome. He was one of the other panels that was talking with us, or he was right after us, for an example. And yeah, that's actually not a plugin. He's
It is a plugin.
it's
It's
well it's
the
oh, does he have it downloaded? I thought you had it
so it's
like
not Chris Murphy's plugin. He
that's
just
what I
teaches it, right?
okay, yeah, I was
And
gonna say it's not like a it's a little
it's from Epic
yeah.
themselves.
So it's a
It's
little
in Unreal Engine.
yeah.
It is the water plugin.
Yes.
So you do have to enable it
Yes.
to get access to it.
Yes.
But it's the same system they use
In Fortnite. So I was more like thinking of the marketplace side of it. Yeah, I was more like meaning his. We actually posted. I think it's on a pin right on the top of my chat. That's the video from it. I think I pinned it.
It may have went away. I'm not sure if I see it or not.
Okay. Well, if not, just let me know. If you ever want to, like, add us on Discord for like developers too. I always like to connect with other developers and anybody interested in development. So I'm always able to be accessed in Discord, where it's kind of harder for me to be accessed in other places sometimes. So I don't know. It's like my core place of going. So. Are you looking for the video?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And my stuff was starting to autoplay, and I'm like, no, don't autoplay.
But yeah, we're gonna be having like our physics and stuff for the actual terrain, which is gonna be really nice. I'm trying to work on some of it. I have to get more of my art tools in here, so I'm basically planning to have my art tools go up here, just because we want to show like a really good non-destructive workflow for developers, just so that if there's any other developers interested in making, you know, like an MMO, like maybe somebody with their name, call it MMO, that we can help that process for the next developer to do the same, to be able to help them actually make that too.
Yeah, we do want to let's go over to the tavern. I want to show that quest.
Oh.
Like, we do want to have like fun along the way.
Sorry,
I think that's like that's one way we're gonna be definitely just be a little bit different as we build everything, because we do plan to do play tests pretty often.
Yeah.
And so we want to kind of involve our community with a lot of like class design, and because we have our tools in place, like we can really iterate and make classes like in a day pretty much, and just like test it out. We can implement quests that are like Twitch chat, like based on what's in Twitch chat, almost like a ad lib game or improv game, something like that. So there's a lot of fun that we can have during development itself.
But yeah, we also just like want to share that kind of we want to be able to share that like actual data for things, because it is a very closeted common thing in our industry. So we figured we would be more open about, like, I always try to remind people that with art tools, it gets uglier before it gets pretty. And so right now it's currently in its ugly state, and it's gonna get prettier. And so it was nice to hear that somebody still likes it, so that's pretty cool. Yeah. It's gonna be prettier. It's actually kind of broken right now, because our art tools are being put in, and they don't like OBS. Our art tools just hate it. It's like, I'm too afraid it's gonna like mess up, basically. So
yeah, some of the landscape like morphing stuff.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god.
It's just so very intense, very like graphic intense.
Like
basically, like when we're editing, like we turn, it's called the edit layers on the landscape, and that's what allows you to do a spline that like cuts into your world to do a river and an ocean type thing. If I pop over here, that's this kind of like white line. It's called a spline, and that's what lets you kind of cut through your world.
That looks so much different on my screen too. I've like totally changed all that.
But for some reason, using that tool is very computer intensive.
Yeah.
Whether it's a GPU or CPU, I don't really
like
know,
it doesn't seem to affect anything
up,
else.
It's not smooth.
Using it, like just like moving it all.
Once the package is built, it's not an issue because it's like cut done. But
it's like moving it though. It's like, oh my god.
But this was like 1.0. Again, we're using right now. We're very focused on just gameplay. So we are using a lot of so-called
Assets, yeah.
just assets that are
Visual
available.
assets. But we have all of the code is ours though.
Yeah.
We did build all of the code. There's
Yeah.
like no plugin for that. We
Let's go
made
this guy.
that.
Yeah, and so we're gonna work on like our customized art later on. We will be stylized, that's for sure. Um, but right now we really want to focus on the gameplay and just make a great game, and we can do that with what we got.
And I still feel like the visuals are really nice. We just need to change like some of the character models, and I think like the visuals, I always have a high standard for that, and I still think they look really good. I really like a stylistic approach. Tacos.
Taco Quest. We get to eat tacos.
Apparently it's all
You ate my taco.
Oops.
Give me my taco.
Oops.
Back off.
Okay.
I'm gonna butt mash.
But yeah, so that's basically what we're working on. But I still feel like the visuals, like I actually did this one. I'm not sure if you could show the inside of this house. Like I love this part. It's like my favorite. It's like the third floor here. It's like my favorite over here.
Got an RP walk. RP walk.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm up here. I'm good.
RP walk. Come on. It's the RP tower.
And then back here. It's like back here, this image right here. No. Where are you going? No.
You want me to show it all?
I want to show it off, not... Yeah. Never let an engineer pick the spots for visualization. I'm sorry. They don't know what they're doing. They just don't.
I'm looking around.
No, they just don't. Like,
I'm looking around. I was just there.
God. He's the worst. Go up.
Okay, we're going up.
RP walk my
We're
butt.
coming along.
Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, never let an engineer do the art shots. Just don't let him do it.
That's why I make you verify everything.
Don't
Okay?
let him do it.
Okay? That's why I make you verify everything.
Visuals. I'm like, wow. There's like it's really funny when you ever see an engineer. It's really hilarious when they're doing videos. They're always facing down at the ground. Have you ever noticed that? Like they're always down in the ground, and every one of us artists will be like looking up, like, I don't even know why I tried to make a beautiful scene. It's not like anybody sees it. They're just staring at the ground the whole video. That's why Steven's great for Ashes of Creation. He just like stares at the atmosphere. I'm like, good job, Steven. You're awesome. Like,
Hey,
yes. Note, he's not an engineer. Just want to note that. Visuals are awesome.
GameDev's done a really good job. She hand built this whole place with different modules.
It's all modular, yeah. I have an architecture background, so it just, Oh, thanks, Mr. Squarebag.
I have not looked into the multi-server replication stuff.
I know it does, right? Like, it really does. Like, it works really nice. The camera all inside. And it has a basement too, which I made sure it was nice and like spooky.
And so this is kind of like one of the, this was like our first little template tavern type thing. And it's actually, each level is split into its own thing, so we can eventually start modularizing it just like you would expect in like World of Warcraft, and how they kind of have their staple taverns and town thing kind of components.
And we made sure the cameras
and they can place them around they can make them work around the whole, or place them around the whole zones.
Yeah, in the editor, Frulu, this is all like, we actually level based it too. so that when I go into like the level, for example, it's all, if you notice, like these are all separate components. So I completely modularize everything in here, including the lighting. Everything is one little piece. So, like all this is like separate components from like totally different packages. Like a lot of them don't go together. Yeah, so many tacos. Yeah, so all these are separate components too. I just put them in a different build, but I did them in levels so that you could technically, it's kind of like, World of Warcraft. If you ever notice, a lot of their caves or anything like that are very similar. So they make a model of it and then they kind of like change it around. And so the idea is like the level instance of my actual giant building there is leveled off into separate components so that I can make other components with it. It just helps with development and making like cool, interesting, but still like nice organic pieces, but also turn them into something new. And so that was the idea behind it, at least. On my screen, at least. On my screen, I was showing that.
Yeah.
He was not.
I was too busy eating tacos. But yeah, so we're really excited about where we're going with everything. And like we mentioned, we have a couple different class designs in, right? Like we have our basic mage, enchanter. I like the archer a lot. I'm trying to bring in those different class fantasies of stuff. We're still experimenting with different class designs, obviously.
I do want to bring the necro in really badly.
Yeah.
And I would like to bring a conjurer in. That would be pretty cool. And of course a monk, and bards would be pretty awesome too.
Yeah.
But we'll see how they feel in the world. But this is actually supposed to be just one zone. This is like, there's actually a video down there with Runes of Tearyn on it, and it kind of explains like technically how we're breaking things up. And this is going to be, I'm thinking of calling this like Misty Lakes, this zone, just because I really want to just bring out all the cute little lake waters. I'm kind of like inspiring myself as like mini versions of Lake Tahoe. It's like my favorite place to go. And so that's my inspiration, is like a little bit of Lake Tahoe, but also like a Barrens feel in a non-desert place. So I do have like some reference points I have for shape organization, for like how I want the space to feel. I want it to feel open, but also like cozy. And then I also want it to still feel like you have to be really watching your back, because we will have pathers that walk around the map that can kill you. So yeah, it's kind of like this mentality of making it feel cozy, but also still keeping you on the edge of your seat a little bit.
Yeah, we have a lot of, we're looking at, from a game design study standpoint, classic hardcore WoW. Just because it's like, it's this weird scenario where it's at the base game layer is actually pretty easy, right? And if you take mobs one at a time, you're careful where you go, the game itself is easy. But because the death punishment is so hard, for the easiest mundane things, you still want to group up with other people, and that's one of our big pillars. Is we want a social game. We want people to want to group together, and so we won't be as hard as, one death, one kill type thing. But we're going to be experimenting with other death systems.
We have some cool ideas. We want to kind of like put them in before we express our idea. But we do have a kind of a cool idea for how to make that death feel. I should remember it, but also it's not going to destroy me, but I will probably need to pay a bit of a toll in order to get back to where I was. And so I feel like that's what makes a good player, is teaching you how to be a better thinker. And games that do have a lot of death in them tend to not remind you of those things. And so we're building like kind of a little bit of a hardcore WoW, but we're not gonna limit you on having one death. But we are going to make that death feel like, make you remember it, if that makes sense.
Make you not want to die. There's a reason you don't want to die.
Yeah.
You know, that's the key. Is you're actively like walking around the world. You're making sure you're careful. You don't want to aggro the wrong thing that, you know, it can potentially kill you. And like, just, you want to avoid death at all costs. And we'll be experimenting with that stuff. This is the rogue, and so I have a basic stealth system in, and you're able to kind of like come up and backstab. Boom. Yeah, like dual wield kind of setup. And your typical like kick, which of course got parried.
Yeah.
So we get to go around and backstab. So we're starting very basic with different class designs, and
you're out there. Okay, I'm on the cleric.
Okay. Yeah, and like someone made the comment before, but we do definitely want a lot of visual clarity. There will obviously be more spell effects later on.
Yeah,
like
these are basic that come with vertical third. Like they're not like skinned at all.
We have not done any type of VFX pass, but
yeah, no,
we will be much more reserved with our spell effects. Like we want a lot of it to come from the impact of the sound, the animation, the spell effect.
And a thing we like to call connectivity.
Of controls. Yeah, the responsiveness of controls. We call it connectivity. It's just the oomph that you're looking for when you're playing a game. And I liked some of the kind of thought process, like with a little bit of slower paced combat game, is like it's not necessarily always about your actions per minute and like your button presses per minute. It can also be about your thoughts per minute. And so a slow paced game could be boring if you're just like not thinking about anything. But if you have a lot of things to think about while you're fighting, whether that's the threat you're managing, your mana and your resources you're managing, your surroundings that you're managing, maybe it's your buffs and debuffs that you got to think about. Maybe it's respawn timers you have to think about, because we will have like deep dungeons you can go down into. That's keeping you active. That's keeping you engaged in this game. And so that's where some of the areas we really want to kind of explore and not be so focused on mashing your face against the keyboard to do the proper rotation. And so I have a couple things I'll be probably implementing soon to get a good feel of different combat systems, and to have a better idea of
they're coming.
They keep going out of his backstab range. Double backstab. And like, just as something simple, like obviously like normally you have to manage your threat properly or you will die, like she might just about to do.
I realized that I was not targeting myself. I'll be fine.
Nice.
I'm fine.
I want to have moments where like someone could get like threatless damage, so it may be positioned while they're in their proper place, while they're stunned or stasis or knocked down type thing, and they get less aggro. So they're looking for those key moments to do their burst, like being in the right position at the right time. I might even change how critical hits work and make it more strategic in how you use your critical hits, and not just a random chance. So it's like these things you're kind of like thinking about, and even like it is. We do have a system where through Vertical Third, where whenever you use an ability, your auto attack will reset. So you're kind of thinking about when you want to kind of like intertwine your attacks, and make sure you're maximizing your auto attack moments.
Yeah, and I just want to mention that like we've technically only been working on this project for like a month and a half, and now we're basically working on it full time. But once again, it's gonna be this process of like we have been working on it for like really 5 to 7 years, but this specific map we've been setting and basically customizing our tools towards this game has only been like about not even 2 months. So I'm feeling very good about like reaching our April time, and that's when we're going to be doing an actual playtest. Is this April this year?
And if we didn't mention it, we actually have Vertical Third on the Epic Game Store already with
it's live.
With the tech demo.
The playable one,
demo,
yeah.
The playable tech demo. It's obviously it's a very tech demo. There's not really any art in it.
Nope.
But it shows a lot of our features that we already kind of included with Vertical Third, and it uses PlayFab for online dedicated servers, all in the cloud type thing. So we've been here, done that type situation when it comes to multiplayer stuff in the cloud. And so we're kind of ready to go. You know, we want to have a really good April test that is really well polished and has a lot of fun different classes to try. The first test will not be persistent saving, but basically the phase after that point is to work on persistent saving. So it's all kind of in the motions.
Yeah. And then next one you'll see if you do stop by again, it will be a proper build here.
Yep.
Because these monsters are actually really hard, but he set them to all level 1, and we're...
Yeah. And to explain that, like right now, I'm implementing a health and damage curve for monsters, and so when I first got into more MMO design stuff, I wanted to be able to have, and I'm sure everyone's kind of seen, you know, a level skeleton type model that they fought at level 1, and then an MMO might reuse that in some other area as a level 33, right? And it's basically the same monster, just higher level. And so I wanted to have basically a health curve and damage curve where I'd only need one blueprint file for that kind of character, and it makes it much more kind of easy to deal with from a files perspective and everything. And so I've been dealing with a few bugs with that new system. Which I did fix. I fixed a couple of these bugs already. Level up. Charisma.
Ooh, I got a green charisma chestplate.
Nice.
Nice. Not that I need charisma, but still, it's green.
But that's our little progress so far, a little play test here. We can roam around.
Our new world looks so much different.
Yeah, we can stop our little play test here. But we have our new world we're working on, which we basically expanded a lot of the height for, and to make it extra hilly. So now we're in the process.
I'm carving it out more now.
Yeah, carving it out. Obviously, I very briefly placed the trees.
Yeah, these
basically dragged them up and made them, forced them to the ground.
See, like my area is looking already different than yours. See, I've already changed a lot since you've made the thing, but I haven't like basically updated it to Perforce yet. So that's why. Thank you, Mr. Squarepeg.
Thank you so much. And so over here is just like testing the terrain for how low can we go, and then how high we can go. And so there's a lot of potential there to go down deep, and then we will do like little tricksy things of like this could be a big door or something, and you can like click on the door, and it'll teleport you to like a dungeon below down here, type thing. So there's even more room to expand stuff with different dungeons and things. Our third phase will be adding an actual big dungeon, which would zone you to a whole different map. Your whole character state would basically reload into that new server, and that's after persistent saving. So you'd be able to log out, log in, and continue your progression of your character, type thing. So right now we're moving along.
Yeah.
Like we mentioned, we only started we only officially announced about 5 or 6 days ago that we do have a video below. If you want to check that out, that'd be much appreciated.
Yeah.
And,
it was a fun video to work on, actually.
Yeah.
We did all these like fun things inside of Unreal Engine to like make a more visual approach, which was cool.
And so, as an example of our tool set, I am going through.
Because Brew likes our camera angles, like how good they work in indoors. Our cameras.
Yeah. Okay, this one. Rename that to T1. So my tools are data table based, and so this is what a loop kind of piece of equipment looks like, and I can go in and just change the statistics on it. And so this is going to be the white bow, or basically like the most junkiest bow you get, giving it a power of 2. And for vertical third, I just renamed, like normally in any type of combat game you have weapon damage, and I changed that to just power, and I just feel like it simplifies the terminology, because I think everyone knows what power means. And you have power, and these are all the different statistics and things you can do. So you have power and healing power, and so you don't have to be like, what's weapon damage, or what's that? And like, if you have a piece of gear that has weapon damage on it, it's a little bit confusing what it does. And it's just power. It's added to your normal damage. Just trying to simplify things in that manner. The one thing that we definitely want to try and avoid is we don't want to become a game that you have to Google everything.
Yeah, rely on a third party to figure out.
Yeah, we want to. That goes back to our simplification of things, and we don't want you to have to Google everything that you do in the game. The game you should be able to. If you want to learn more about the game, you should be able to just play the game and find things in that manner. And so these are my spawners. Green spawners are for the AI and enemies, and then yellow spawners are for world items. And so I'm going to drag one over. Just going to make sure this works. I think it's this one. Just going to switch to to enable it, we have enabled. Just really quick. There it is. And Turbo, how to actually, I'll increase that to 4 for that bow. An extra 4 damage. Oh my god.
Oh my.
This shit's not balanced. 6 power for the green bow. Dagger, because only 2 of them. Actually, it might a bit faster, so let's do 1. Dagger. That's not what I want. Icon. Nope.
That this is starting to look really nice.
It does look really nice.
Look how it looks. Starting I have like a couple different materials that I'm using that I'm blending to get like those layers, you know.
Yeah. Okay, dagger 0. Copy and paste that. Dagger T1. Oh, I gotta check out Tifa.
Alright. I feel like this is looking cute. I think I do a couple of things.
Alright, I'm back. Okay, we got T0, T1. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I am liking the changes though with the paints. Oh, this feels so nicer. So work with. I was using before. I thought it was this, but kid, she's so funny. She's like,
Walk out. Nonchalant. Nonchalantly.
She's like, I'm sorry. Did you think I was? Just funny. Stew. That's you.
Alright. Those two.
Let's see. I think I may carve this part out. I think I want maybe like down in this section.
healer. That. Nope. That. Okay. Okay, so we don't have the uncommon dagger. That's not set right. Dagger. Uncommon.
Right. I feel like that's gonna look fun once it's all like really looking pretty. Get a look really nice once it's actually fixed up. Be right back. I need to pee.
sword. I think I'll leave that. Yeah, I'll leave that too. Alrighty, so almost have my little extra items in. Testing them out in a second.
Okay, I'm back.
Let's hit play. Okay. T1 bow is set right. T0 bow. T1 dagger. T0 dagger. T0 mace. T1 mace. T1 stain. T0 stain. T0 wand. T1 wand. T1 shield of healing. Shield of healing. Tank. Tank. Sword. Sword. T1 bow has 6 damage, T0 is 4, daggers a 1 to 2 difference, mace is a 2 power, 3 power, and 5 healing, 7 healing, stain is 2 damage to 1, mysteries is 1 to 2, shield of healing, stats need to be changed. Same. And shield tank hood is fine. And sword is good. Alright, so shield of healing. I need to increase to 2 and 5 maybe. And dot 2. And now we go to our drop tables. Loot table AI T00.
Alright. I am currently trying to...
I don't hear you in the call.
Oh, there you go. I'm sorry.
There we go.
I am currently trying to make a path up here. Because I did want a path through here. Down to the back way. I'm trying to think if I want a spiral. Thinking about maybe making that like a fun little, like with my tool, but I'm deciding, do I want to use my carve tool or do I want to just use my art tool? Hi, sugar. I'm kind of wanting. So I have to fill this all with water. This is going to be like a water area. All here. It's going to be more water this way.
Alright, yay. One thing off my checklist. Alright. What's something else I got? Alright, so make nothingness weapons. Go to just touch notes. What else we got? Epic's taco rewards.
It's not in my editor, I forgot. God, it's not in my level. Just wanted to like see. TT, turn it down. Me? Or do you want all of us? I think I might do 10 more minutes before I log off because I'm so tired.
Agreed.
Are you sleepy?
Yep.
Yep. It's like 3 in the morning here. Burning the midnight oil.
Yep.
Oh, I can't wait to get all my stuff fixed in here. It's gonna look so cool. Oh, I'm like stoked. I'm gonna get my like all my stuff in here. It's gonna look so cool. Tifa, she's funny. All right.
done for
Yes,
tonight.
I know we will totally be back on tomorrow. So pretty much gonna be streaming every day. I think that's what the plan is.
Sure is.
Good night,
Yeah.
Mr. Squarepack. Thank you so much for coming back. We appreciate you.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for the follows tonight. If you're still here, really appreciate the raids that happened throughout the day. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye.
Bye bye.